Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing today? What's up, Trash? Ready to profit off puts from the weekend, ideally. Oof. Ding ding. It's gonna be an interesting morning. I've never been Tom Lee, Bob. Okay, futures getting some pretty steady volume into open. So looking for the 4,000 test here. Open that up. What else do I need? All right, I think I have everything else set up. Yeah, thanks, Space Banana. It was pretty decent. Good morning, Vix. Yeah, Vix is showing up to the party right now. I'm sure that'll change being back at 4,000 again, but yeah, put interest still seems pretty high. Let's see. So I'll have some data on that in a minute. Any significant changes here? Okay. So yeah, put interest is pretty heavy all the way up to like 44.15. So as long as we stay in the lower range of that, this could get increasingly bearish. There's a bunch of Fed speakers today. I think we have Barr at 10, Daly at 11, Mester at 11, and then Bostic's opening his fucking trap again at 12. Yes, the normal $8 candle. I see the market is perfectly healthy. That's correct. Any thoughts on Cisco popping with the upcoming dividend? Is that like a special dividend? First I've heard about Cisco's dividend. Let me take a look. They had a ex-dividend date a few days ago. What's up, Jen Jen? So little expectation of 4360 today. I mean, the put interest is still pretty stacked to the downside. If the Fed presidents say bearish shit, we're probably going to move that way. Although I don't necessarily trust some of the non-voting members to stay on narrative. So we could get a lot of volatility here. But yeah, I mean the interest is definitely saying we're going down. Why did I get banned from the pickle jar? Because regardless of how long you've been in the community, if your entire goal is to constantly shit on it, I don't really want you around. You and several of your friends seem to have taken my lack of banning as a signal that you can just do whatever you want in the Discord. And so I rectified that. Where is DN on SPX? 4308. Good morning, Pickle Man. I hope all is well. It's okay. Yeah, I'm doing all right. But what if being defecated on is what you're into? That's not. This isn't the place for that, though, right, Pigeon Teeth? Oh dear, did you ban me for posting those pics of some hot kernels? I don't think you're banned, man. Also, JT Acula, for you specifically, posting pictures of anuses all the time, man. What the fuck? I don't care if they're fireworks. They look like anuses. I'm still trying to figure out what this guy is talking about with the fucking Cisco dividend that looks like it happened 4 days ago. I'm not making a meat flour channel, Bob. It's a stock Discord. I do miss Butt Connoisseur though. You can easily search up gifs of people's butts from TikTok, just like everyone else. You don't need someone to do the due diligence for you. No, wrong Cisco Space Banana. That's the other one with the food. This is why your viewership is waning. I know, but I'm okay with that. Hey Pickle Man, I'm getting into TFT again. Why? Have you played this set? No, but I've heard it's really fun. I've just been busy depressing myself playing Diablo. Cisco, the thong song guy? No, that's yet again an even different Cisco. There's at least 3 known Ciscos. One of them is an information technology service. One of them is a food distributor, commercial food distributor. The other wrote the thong song. He brought us things like she's got dumps like a truck. What? Francisco's one word. On Friday, did you average down the 4450C that you ultimately sold for a small loss before buying debit spreads? No, I just sold it for a small loss. There was a window there where I could have probably averaged it down. I considered selling some spreads against the position earlier in the day, and then I kind of didn't do that, and then it started moving up, and I didn't really have time to average it down. I was like, fuck this. It's just going to go back to 4450 anyway. Um, And then I sold spreads. I sold spreads afterwards, which made up a little bit of the difference. Not a lot. Those expired today. Does the last viewer standing get Pontiff for free or automatically charged that much? Depends on how you look at it, but both. Diablo 4 Season 1 is in 10 days, and you get to re-level your entire character all over again. Exciting. Well, yeah, if the characters didn't suck, it would be. If stocks like to go up and flirt with my stop constantly without hitting it, does that mean I set it correctly? Maybe you did, yeah. Ooh, interesting. Just gonna break down a little. Hmm, okay. We got the first Fed speaker at 10, right? So I'll get ready for that at some point. Thanks, Bo. You forgot Captain Benjamin Sisko, the greatest Star Trek captain of all time. I didn't, because that's Picard. You know about the JetBlue ending alliance with American, and Save is looking good. I don't like. I don't want to fuck with airlines. Why? Yes, I know about Spirit. Everybody's been waiting for Spirit to merge or get bought out for like a year and a half now while holding bags. I'm straddled at 4,000, Yaga. It's it's 44,000. Sorry. It's there. It's not very exciting, obviously. What about the Cisco kid from the war song? Should I sell my straddle for a measly $7 gain or keep holding them throughout the day for Fed speeches? Might be a good idea to hold them because the returns on, a fucking $5 move aren't very impressive. Is Fubo possibly sitting in a decent position for a breakout soon? A 200 MA is roughly only 10 cents away. Yeah. It's in a nice position. I don't think there's any reason for it to break out soon. Earnings are in like August. So maybe around that time, if they can show further improvement towards their goal of profitability. There might be some speculation that they will continue to show further improvement, which could drive prices slightly higher going into earnings. Why is Meta so strong? Well, they're making a fake Twitter, so that helps. Also, QQQ pumped in the morning session. Picard killed Cisco's wife. I don't know that much about Star Trek. Why does it seem like Bostic speaks 4 times for every one time the others speak? Because he says bullish shit and you don't like it. Fuck Spirit and Frontier. It's like paying to be in a cattle car, thinking you're getting a deal. Flying cattle car. Thoughts on T? CSPs into earnings as a buy right for the sweet divvy. You could. I recently bought a bunch of T, but not that recently. It's getting kind of cheap again. That's a pretty nice price. Can you guys hear me? Testing. Huh? Yeah, yeah, okay. All right. Is that me? That's me. Okay. I think I blew up another like USB dongle thing. That's fine. Did you do the tiny thing where we have to find you again? No, I did not. Yeah, so I mean, this is roughly about the price where I bought tea last time. There's some risk with it, obviously. Especially with the continuation of its dividend. But um earnings are coming up pretty soon. I think couple weeks. That should give us a better idea of how cash flows are looking into the end of the year. Could be risky buying now, could be advantageous. Why is Fubo ripping? Define ripping. Ooh, well, that's kind of fun. It's really ripping. It's kind of just testing the same level it's tested 3 times now. But QQQ is getting mutilated. Yeah, I see that, and it excites me. How do you feel about VZ? I think it's more fairly priced. Obviously, it doesn't present the same potential as T, but maybe better run with less debt. So you're paying a little premium to get the risk off the table. Any more thoughts on Tesla? I've puts in the money, downside bottom of 260-ish. We always go up into earnings on Tesla. Yeah, there's always a lot of speculation on Tesla going into earnings. Today's drop below like 275 is good. It's a nice confirmation of failing that level. My next two targets to the downside would be like 266, 260. I think there's enough time for it to drop more than that before earnings though. Probably way before earnings. Also, earnings is during like SLD, which may not be great for it. I know we haven't seen a lot of stuff going on with SLD lately, but VIX is kind of on the move. This one may be a little more interesting than the last couple of ones have been. Warning for Fidelity traders. I legged into a far out of the money bear put spread on Friday, but then dumped the short puts because the short P weren't opened as a spread with the long, massive day trade call. Okay, weird. So they like opened them naked. I mean, you're still hedged even if it doesn't pair them, but they should pair. Well, tech isn't holding up to S&P, but S&P is also largely tech, so that's odd. Why are those so divergent right now? Oil's not even up. What the fuck is floating SPX? Even futures is down a bit. Well, not that much. IWM? S&P 500 doesn't have very many stocks from the R2K, if any. Fubo's also not in the S&P 500. I wish. I'm long on August 18th, BTU 22 call, short the same strike for this Friday. The position is now up 10%. I think BTU runs anytime soon. We've seen some fairly slow price improvement in commodities. That might be getting better with China trying to do some some easing to fight off deflation. Hopefully, we'll see. Obviously, the amount of easing they do will vary, but they need to do some because they're hitting deflation. That was fucking nuts. Still selling BTU CSPs? Yeah, yeah, I've been selling CSPs on it. Like at and slightly in the money. Kind of the plan there is to just kind of keep rolling them forward as the price increases. What's your take on China's deflation? I mean, they've got to do quantitative easing, right? Because they totally have a bunch of money to do that with. Yeah? No? If people are buying tea for the dividend, they should compare the net income after tax in comparison to a 1 to 2 year treasury where no state tax, no state income tax is paid. Yeah, you absolutely should. And right now, you can. I was doing the math on it last night, and obviously the rates are a little variable, but you can go into like 3, 6, 9, and 12-month treasuries and yield roughly 5.5% over the next year with no state income tax, which beats every savings account in existence. But poopy pants, don't forget about dividend on yield or yield on yield on cost. Right. So if you buy AT&T at 15, it goes up to 20, your yield is significantly improved. Or 25. Now, you would never margin that into T or other fixed income assets. Yes, I would. Yeah, yes. I would do that. I I don't think other people should be playing that game without experience, but it can be advantageous. ZomCCs and Divi still better than treasuries. Yeah, that's another thing to consider as well as covered calls, but there's risk there, right? QQQ getting slaughtered and SPY flat gang. It looks like they're trying to stop the drop in SPY by buying the downticks. It doesn't look very successful there, but it's a significant portion of SPY is like pretty heavily tech weighted. So if the Nasdaq 100 is selling off, SPY really should be too, to some degree, SPX. What's the deal with Fubo? Just waking up. I think it's like kind of having a good morning. China's forcing local civil servants to take out loans at 3.5% and forcing them to buy local real estate bonds that should pay 7 to 10%, while also cutting pay by 20 to 25%. Yeah, it's amazing what you can do when you have a dictatorship, right? It's not to mention you can do it really quickly. What do you think Barr is gonna say? I have no idea. I mean, hopefully stick to the narrative. You know that Google 116 put? Take a look. Well, fuck me. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think you still had an option to buy it at open. Maybe not. No, you did. I mean, I don't think anyone could have foreseen QQQ just dumping hard out of the gate, but there it is. A little riskier to enter now, but not impossible. Big intraday divergence between S&P and equal weighted S&P. Well, they've got to pump something here if fucking Nasdaq's selling off. Remember one year, I'm trying to learn here. So the correlation between NQ and SPX, NQ and ES. Is NQ $100 drop, SPX down 75 cents slash S. Well, they did a very good job resisting the downturn in the other index there. Do you have any thoughts on Save? It's supposed to be a possible buyout by JetBlue. That's been going on for over a year. Why did everyone keep asking me about this? Think of how many people are asking about it, and then think if there's going to actually be any opportunity there. Fubo ascending wedge pop today? Okay, it could. A break above 232 is pretty important. 237? Sorry. 223 and 237 are pretty important levels. It's above 223 right now. Yeah, I mean, it could be signaling an end of consolidation here. Liquidity is moderately tight. It's not crazy or anything. But there is some covering going on. That's about all I got for now. I mean, the signal, ascending triangles coming off of a downtrend aren't really super bullish, but it's it's something. It's definitely up like a little bit today. I don't really have any interest in trading it, but good morning, Girk. I've got to partially hang out my hat on my degeneracy. It turns out that old popcorn is gonna be a dad. Oh, you popped a kernel in your wife? Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Well done. See, I told you you weren't sterile. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. So now you have to degen even harder, I assume, because you got child shit to pay for. Men can get pregnant? Wait, what? No, he's not. Never mind. Thoughts on this bounce? Is it about to fail? Mm, no. No, it's not about to fail. This behavior is very odd between SPX and NQ. I wish I would be on Oprah. You'd probably maybe you'd get a free car. Popcorn is not barren. Corn can mitosis? Oh, interesting, Bob Vance. Any clues in OI as to where the top is here? Hmm. No, not really. I mean, open interest kind of looks the same. I mean, I would say that 44.15 is the target. That was an awful lot of call buying in order to prevent this drop. Yeah, volume on SPX options exploded there, but positionally everything's roughly the same. I would say maybe more interest at 43.95 and also a little more at 44.25. But it would seem that most of the calls that were bought there were bought at the money on SPX. Are you going to stream the speeches? I mean, most of them aren't available to stream. So, probably not. I only listen to JPOW. I don't gotta listen to fucking non-voting members of the Fed. Which Fed speaker's up right now? I believe the first one today was Barr. Based on ES, I think it's safe to assume. Okay. Me proving to Popcorn Trader that it's my child, and you guys thinking I'm him while I do it is the ultimate rug pull. Moi. Thank you, rug pull eponymous. Curious. So you're Popcorn Trader's wife's boyfriend? I didn't know there were so many layers to this. Thoughts on the yellow digger manufacturers? You mean Caterpillar? Is that what you're asking me about? Are you asking me about Caterpillar? It's doing some stuff today. Dow's doing pretty well. It's up 0.6. It might start to pressure the 250s. Although a lot of those expired out of the money last Friday, so it may not be as explosive. There's a day like this with so many speeches going on, we're straddling. It was Friday. I don't know if it's worth straddling now. Elon killed the vast majority of various Twitter alert bots. Big sad. Oh no. Elon's just killing Twitter, which is great. What Fubo doing? Testing resistance? Doing a little 10%. It's nice. Is there Fubo news? No, but I'm gonna check its FTDs. Fubo FTDs, ETF FTDs. Nope. Jimmy, Upstart. Oh no, Carl. You didn't send me Fubo, Carl. Nope. Oh, that's old. Fubo FTDs 628. That one's old. $7.10. Well, not a lot of FTDs. Yeah, I don't have Fubo ETF FTDs. Did Carl post them in the channel? I dropped a link from the live speech from Barr on Bank Capital. I don't care about fucking Barr speaking. Fed Barr, new rules will mean biggest banks need extra $2 of capital for every $100 of risk-weighted assets. Oh, fuck. Barr's going full bear. I sold CCs on Fubo Friday. He's in charge of the Basel III implementation, right? Yeah, I still own a bunch of Express. Why? If we move across the thing, my CCs are in danger. Which thing? 250? Hedge them. So to jump into a meeting, I just came back to let you all know that I too am going by Cisco now. Wait, what? Oh, snap. We just going up then? I mean, sure. Hi, Gronk, are puts dead? No. Although, I guess that would depend on your put. Imagine an ES and NQ sell off at the same time. Well, that's generally what happens. Yeah, I've gotten into a weird sort of condor. Short leg is August 440p, 425p. My long leg is 440c, 445c, July 14th. Is this hedging? Ah, no, that just looks really bad. How did you? All right, different. Why is your short leg longer? Why is your short leg longer than your long leg? Are those debit spreads? Are you trying to do like a debit spread straddle of 4,400? Dow is freaking ripping today. Yeah, it's moving. Is my SPY 439p for tomorrow dead? It cost me like 1.4, like a dingus. Not necessarily, but we are in the we're approaching where the call interest is for today, so there's some risk. I'm still chilling on my overnight straddle at 4,400. Let us know if you see a move coming in either direction based on positioning. That's kind of what I'm waiting for. Right now it still looks moderately choppy. I don't know. Call interest is sky high. Oh, 1 second. Alright. Where was I? My legs are equal height. I'm just chilling on my overnight straddles at 4,400. Let us know if you see a move. Okay. Uh, in the money cover calls on Fubo. What about them? This is what happens as part of selling covered calls. If you think Fubo's gonna keep going up, buy some calls out of the money, right? You know that credit that you got from selling those original covered calls? You can use that credit to help you hedge. Herd Chef? I've been watching that show, The Bear, too much. IEP is doing stuff. Yeah, I still don't want to get in the middle of the billionaire dick measuring contest. Unless it's a literal dick measuring contest, like Elon and Musk. I work in the industry, but yes, it's good. It's all right. I've never heard a chef address members of front of house staff as chef. I've also never heard front of house call each other chef. I feel like the writers somehow missed this when they were doing their research, and it drives me absolutely fucking insane. What's up, Ending? Good morning to you. Everyone's day would be going a lot better if they hit the like button, right? Well, what? Front of house would have had serious fucking talking to? Yeah, right? I thought they were doing it ironically because the restaurant was garbage. Oregon fast casual now, and we have a new head chef who did like 15 years in fine dining, and he's having fun with it now. Fair enough. Although I feel like someone in front of house calling someone else in front of house chef is a good way to get stabbed when your head chef is drunk or in the middle of a cocaine binge. Can we ditch that lame used goods retailer for that potential Amazon buyout? Which used goods retailer? Whisper bullish things about Fubo in my ear. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing on within the scheduled time frame. Ryan Reynolds. I'm more impressed that I beat Ryan Reynolds' investment team to the punch. They've had a good win rate. I mean, I didn't miss the scene of where they were like, "This is what you call everyone chef." That's just not applicable to front of house. I'm excited to hear who bought Fubo on the run and will be down in a week. Yeah, that's also a possibility. But 15 cents, so people's tits are jacked. Or whatever it is. I just got out of my Fubo position up 48%. Go ahead and mark that down in your tracker for me. I'd have to go back through my notes, but I believe that's 2 profitable trades and only 22 underwater. Well, look at you go. My Fubo Jan 2024 10C going to prompt. I don't know, man. That seems a bit much. Spirit Airline, and it's been being considered for a buyout for a year. This isn't new news. What is the source of this so I can kill it with fire? Tell me. Tell me where you're hearing about Spirit Airlines. I hit the like button and Fubo went to test 240. Why don't more people utilize this feature? I don't know. They don't like money, I guess. Can everyone wish congratulations to Pigeon Teeth for his newfound 1 in 12 success rate? Yes, do that. Wall Street bets? Reddit? Fucking Christ. When have you guys ever made money on a stock pick from Reddit? You didn't make money on GME. Don't lie to me. None of you fucking guys made money on GME. You bought it all after January ripped. I know. I have the fucking receipts. When Pickles Picks posted to Reddit? Literally never. I gave you guys Upstart. That's all you're getting out of me. Oh, and probably Fubo too. I had tons of unrealized gains on GME. I bought it before January. I just also bought a lot after January. Goric Bear Flag. I know. I'm not blind. Are those bearish now, though? Ever since our short squeeze left Reddit, we've all been lost. I don't think our short squeeze was banking anybody a ton of money either. I sold some PM. Our short squeeze was just a subreddit of, hey, this stock is up 30% already. Let's buy a bunch of it. Don't forget DDS. I didn't post that DD there. Gross. Shut your fucking... Why are you running your mouth in public like that, Celtic? Hashtag momentum trading. Our short squeeze is like buying the end of the momentum, though. I want to do a historical study on our short squeeze picks and selling bear call spreads against them the day they're posted. New ETF idea. Nice, Sisyphus. The only play with our short squeeze is selling the outer vol band once pick gains popularity. Yeah, you just sell them their calls. Speaking of Upstart, it's also having a fun day. Yeah, it's gonna. Any improvement in QQQ or bots. Possibility for DPZ split in the future. I don't know. How many historical splits have they done? Probably a low probability, but maybe if we get a recession. Have they ever done one? No. It doesn't look like they've ever done one. Why would they? Ooh, hold on. I wonder if I should short NQ here. Hmm. Okay, so Nvidia bounced a little, but still slid below 423, 422. Ooh. That's looking good for put positions again. Last week's bear spreads were nice. 420? Some 423, 55, 56. Who's speaking next? Daily, then Mester, then Bostic? So Daily and Mester are both at 11. Bored and waiting to spot my entries. Yeah, it's still a little... It's still a little rough. Will Fubo fall back under 2? It could, yeah, why not? It's been under 2 a few times over the last, like, 2 months. I feel like there were plenty of opportunities to pick it up at, like, almost $1.50, and then $1.78, and then $1.96. But now you want to buy it because it's breaking above resistance? Do you see the flawed logic in there? Cost basis is 147, but I have 40x calls at $2 sold. So buy them back? Can you buy them back? Seriously, like if you can buy them back and sell them higher or roll them up. You could try hedging 250, but that really only works if this keeps going up, right? Fubu is too expensive at $1. It's deep value at 240. I never understood that logic. I'll roll it out. Okay, yeah. I mean, I have like some $2 covered calls. Like maybe it's like 20% of my position. If it holds up at this level, I'll probably roll them up higher. What's CPI estimated to be? Hot or flat? Well, that's actually interesting. So analysts are saying that it's going to be cool. Point three across the board for month over month. Obviously year over year is going to be down on both metrics, but yeah, month over month is supposed to. Analysts' expectation is cool. Cleveland Fed, however, expects it to be hot. Cleveland Fed has been far more accurate in predicting the outcomes of the CPI reports than the analysts have. So I wanna lean into their estimate. Their estimate also comes with a whole bunch of really spicy implications. Things that'll make the Fed do stuff like 0.5 rate increases. They're 721, but Thinkorswim has been sniping me weeks early in some cases. That's fair. I mean, if your cost basis is lower than $2, then fucking why bother with them at all? If your cost basis is above 2 and you'd be taking a loss, it's might be worth rolling them out. Nah, Fubo's a piece of shit stock at $1. But it's up 100. It's up 150% from when it was at $1. Right? That's what you guys love. Can we make a parody channel in the Discord called Smell My Finger? No, because I don't want to talk about that fucking stock. So what's the story with IEP? Some loan thing? Is that likely to go back to 50? I mean, probably not because it was trading way above NAV at $50, but it could go back up some more. I just really have no interest in going anywhere near it. I don't want to be, long on it when some secondary short report comes out, and I don't want to be short on it when Icahn decides to fuck the people shorting him, right? CPI is Wednesday. It's whatever, but I lost out on like 20K on Upstart when it shot past, so I'm wounded. You can't carry those, man. They'll just influence bad decisions in the future. If you made money, you made money. End of story. There is no what if. Everything looks better in hindsight in the market. Longer dated IEP straddle. Ew. Head and shoulders looking nice. It's breaking down. If you lost money, you lost money. It doesn't really matter. No, no, you don't want to lose money. That's against rule number one. You never want to break rule number one. Sold 14% of my position at 2. Bought some 250 calls to hedge. Same expiry. Nice. Yeah, if you guys have sold calls out on something you intend to keep, and the price of the underlying is testing your sold call position, get some calls. Try to hedge price improvement above your covered call position. If you don't care and you're profitable, who gives a shit, right? Take the profits, reposition later. Rule number one, never break rule number one. Rule number one, you don't talk about the cult. It's probably a good rule, actually. I see London was acknowledged in today's DD. I informed the king, and his pride betrayed a single tear down his cheek. We hugged. You let him put his sausage fingers all over you? Gross. Does losing money today but making more money tomorrow count as not losing money? You can pick the time period, just don't lose money over that time period. Every trade has drawdowns, but you do try to avoid them. We are in a cult, but some people would very much like us to be for the feeling of community and friendship. But we have no official cult status. We don't have a compound. So can SPX drop to 39.80 today? No. That's ridiculous. There's friends, they're real if you want them to be. The bots will be whatever you want. Have you seen the new Ridley Scott movie on Napoleon coming out in November? It looks very good. It might be. Are movie theaters starting to make movies that aren't about the prior movie that they made that was successful? Oppenheimer, Napoleon? Or what are we trying to relive the past where things were better? No way, Barbie? I feel like you're confirming things. China to block raw material exports that affect the production of chips and motherboards. That's old news, I think, if it's the gallium and germanium. Germanium. No compound? Then what's the second house for? When I blow up my portfolio, I can sell it. Why did SPX drop relatively quickly a few minutes ago? Repositioning, maybe? Possibly. Or just calls closing? Kind of looks like some calls closed. Hard to say. There's a bunch of them at that strike, but yeah, maybe a little bit of call capitulation there. Have you seen the new Fidelity in browser option chain viewer? No. Is it live or do you have to keep refreshing it? Is SPX gonna bounce like a sweet, sweet coconut? It doesn't look very bouncy. Right? Like we just dropped back to open again. That seems kind of bearish. The put boys are coming in droves. Starting to rebuild positions at 43.85 after this morning's bounce. Looks like volume's coming in at 4,000, 43.95, and 43.90. We need Upstart to 30 fast. Can you draw a line? I don't think its move to 30 is going to be super fast. If NASDAQ drops some more today, it'll probably lose a little bit of ground. It's a nice update from where it was. You know. Let me know when they have live options data. What a fucking stupid broker. I really hate Fidelity sometimes. But don't forget that they've been promising to fix their and like update their trading system for like a decade with little to no change. They've like improved some of the graphics. I've updated my name. Cobra Put Boy. Nice. So no, I mean it's not gonna go to 30 fast. It's got, first of all, it has support at 30, which it would need to break down. Um, and then yeah, I mean you're gonna need a consistent drop in indices before we see Upstart to start to sell off in a meaningful way. ETP is a great place to lose money. You take it back. I won't. Fidelity trading updates, same like fully autonomous Tesla cars. Yeah. I joined the stream late and can't seem to find any news. Have I missed something on Fubo? Or is this generally movement with the market? No, I mean, Fubo's a little spicy today. It's doing a thing. We'll see if that persists. Don't forget that Fubo is pretty liquid, and the more it goes up here, the more incentive there is to short it. But yeah, it's doing a thing. Hmm. NQ's really struggling. Would you watch a movie where the toads get mad and mutate and fight us? I would call it Total Annihilation. The sequel would be where we beat them back, but they try again, but really mean it this time. I'd call it Total Annihilation 2 Hopping Mad. Thanks, Squamsk. I don't know if that was actually Squamsk, but it sounds like him. Boo SPX, just sitting here, back it open, eating theta on my straddle. Pick a direction. Kenny's just trying to fuck JFresh over. Total recall. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hmm. Is NQ gonna fail 15,150? Dow's starting to fall off a little bit. VIX still up on the day. VIX futures up too, but not as much. Holy fuck, those are close. Interesting. What's going on with yields? Oh, Dork, 30 years above the 10-year. QQQ is where all the fun is. Poor SPX babies. Is it though? I don't think it's more fun than an SPX. It's more fun than Spy. The war for 4,400 is real. Good call on that this AM. Thanks. Yeah, it seemed like there would be a fight here. I'm not sure the Bulls are winning. But could be a fight nonetheless. Vic's finna go in backwardation. Don't say that. Poo poo pants will get really excited again. It's just they're very close. You know. Like VX1 is 1593 and VIX is, fucking chilling at 1528. Nothing. Nothing poopy pants. Gork, are we bearish? Not yet, but getting there. Seeing if QQQ kind of fails 15,150 here. Might be bearish. Might just be like a precursor to some pumpies. Hmm. Interesting. Big bearish. That doesn't look very bearish, though. That does. Hmm. What does QQQ track? The NASDAQ 100. Same like SPY, more volatile. Trade same like. Yeah. Are the Fed speakers finna move the market, or are we flat until 3:45 p.m.? We got two more Fed speakers coming up here at 11. Barr didn't say anything bullish, so they dropped their pump. Maybe they pump again in anticipation of the next two. I think that's what they're doing. They're trying to drive the price up to where the call interest is, and then if the Fed president says something bullish, they'll get some support and be able to push it up. Don't forget that all of their shit is underwater right now. Although the 4450 strike looks like it's been now more sold, and for the 721 expiration. Did I put a stop at break even on my call side just in case? It might not be a bad idea. It smells like the opposite of contango in here. You stop it. All right. Oh, actually, VIX futures just dropped to 1587. VIX didn't really go anywhere. They're very close to touching each other, but they're still far apart. How many falling knives have these bulls caught? Their hands must be bleeding out by now. Quite a few. They've been pretty much failing consistently since the first upside test at like 4450. Did someone say something about rebalancing S&P? No, Nasdaq 100. It's overweighted, and so it's gonna. I believe on July 24th, it's going to trim some of its overweight holdings in order to reconstitute the index. Basically, Nasdaq is saying we don't like being hyper overweight in 7 stocks, and we're going to change that. It's about $80 billion worth of sales, but then that has a continued effect in mutual funds and ETFs, right? That use the index as their baseline. So it could actually be really significant. Fubo's just moving on mystery stuff, right? I don't see any info. I mean, it's gotten some liquidity realization here. Not a lot, but a little bit today. I'm kind of turning up. There's some covering going on. Maybe sitting above $2 for too long. Maybe pressuring a couple shorts out. I mean, it's not super illiquid, so I don't know if this is necessarily going to mean that it leads to something bigger, but I think if we get like a large move up like we did back in August, that might be more indicative of like a continuation. But right now, I mean, it's fucking 30 cents, right? So sounds like they should eat more fiber, maybe. What do you call it with the 10 and 30-year touch tips while VIX and VIX flutes touch tips? Hmm. Things in the market are getting kind of fucky, popcorn. You know, long duration yields have been spiking for like the last week and a half now. VIX is starting to get like unpinned from those like $13 and $12 levels. If I had to guess, I would say that people are rolling forward duration risk and closing treasury shorts, and in turn are going long volatility on equities to hedge convexity in that move. Did you pull back your Fubo CCs? I only have about 20% of my shares with CCs at $2. And I'm hedged at 250 with synthetic futures, so I'm not really concerned about a move up. Although I do kind of want to take profits on my synthetic longs now. I'll hold off for a little bit just in case I need to take some profits and pull back my 250 covered calls where I have significantly more exposure. Can you explain, like, in regard to the importance of a 30 10-year inversion? Well, you know, think of your like 3 month and 10-year and 2 year and 10-year inversions, and the implications there of tightening credit conditions and well, actually, just broad financial tightening, not just credit conditions, but kind of across the board, right? Where banks are turning to shorter dated securities instead of longer ones. And then apply that on to longer duration securities. It's a pretty significant move in tightening of, well, at least the credit market and probably more broadly all financial conditions. Generally an inversion of the 2 and 10-year is considered like a recession indicator. An inversion of the 10 and 30 is like an indication of economic distress. Hey Greg, I have a conspiracy theory. It doesn't involve cringy political things, but what if the Powerball lotto hits 1 billion plus? That's gonna be when we get a big market correction. Oh, so that way, like, normal people who don't participate in the market or aren't paying attention? Or, like, hasn't the Powerball hit 1 billion a bunch of times? Are my 3,600 September puts gonna go in the money? I don't know if they're gonna go in the money, but obviously they benefit a lot from a spike on VIX. Is SPX bearish right now? No, it's kind of flat and maybe turning back up again. We get a slap chop around here for a while. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. I love it. My fiance said the SPX looks like a turtle. Okay. I could see that. You know what's wild is having family members who tell me the stock market is a scam, then seriously consider pooling money for Powerball tickets when it's crazy high. I mean, we've discussed that a bunch. There's a generational distrust of the stock market. Even though the most degenerate zero DTE YOLO has like a higher chance of going in the money than a Powerball ticket has of winning. Most people will avoid the stock market like the plague. Does Powerball going up have the same effect as yields rising? The higher it goes, the more likely big institutions are to pull all of their equity holdings to buy lotto tickets. No. What's Jesus Christ? There's no news. The Fubo doesn't have any news. I think the last news Fubo had was like the deal they signed with the Mariners or something. I will never gamble when options are a thing. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Gurk, I also have a conspiracy theory. Much thought put into it, like the guy above. What if when koala chlamydia rate hits 85%, we get a market correction? How are you gonna how are you gonna test? Are you just gonna be in the outback administering like chlamydia tests to koalas? Yeah, all of their retirements are in it. Yeah. Yeah. No, Fubu didn't buy out Spirit. Fubu announced that they're still terrible. Does Carvana have news? No, is it moving? A little bit. Carvana announced that the Tesla Model 3 and the Nissan Leaf were the two best-selling EVs. That was 2 hours ago. A few days ago, they reported second quarter 2023, and they held a conference call. Piper Sandler upgraded Carvana 5 days ago, but I don't see anything else. Could just be IWM blowing off. That would explain why we're seeing it on like a bunch of stocks. I don't have the ETF FTDs right now for IWM, so I'm not sure, but that could be a reason. The deal with the Mariners has been around for a while. Root Sports has the rights to the Mariners, and Fubo gets streaming privileges. It could have just been an extension. Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know. There were some headlines about it. It's wild that anyone would think any Fed member would say anything bullish at this point. Yeah, but they don't need them to say anything bullish. They just need them to say one thing that they can, you know, what's it called when they do that with the spin? They just need one thing they can spin as bullish, right? That's it. I'm selling my kidney for Powerball tickets. All right. Well, good luck with that. So you're basically just opening debit spreads on Carvana, like debit call spreads. Let's fucking go. We're not there yet. Although I would like to go there, we're still far from there. That's an entry confirmation. I mean, if they tap risk and then start dropping again, Netflix is still above the trend. Tesla moved significantly below. So yeah, I would say Tesla's. I mean, it didn't even move back up to test. Nvidia barely only moved back up really in the pre-market. I already sold bear call spreads on Nvidia mostly because I have to. Meta is still kind of choppy. That one might be the riskiest. uh, of the plays from last night. And Google, I mean, Google bounced up and got rejected. So it opened up another opportunity for an entry. Mester, more rate hikes needed. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah. A bunch. Like, just imagine how much money I could lose on zero DTs if I won the lottery. Imagine how much money you could put into your manscaping channel. We should do like, do you want to collab and we can do like top 10 new designs for manscaping? And we could do that like every month. That way people stay like fashion forward on their, well, not just just scaping goals in general. How low could we get this week? If some bearish momentum picks up, I mean, that depends on how much bearish momentum picks up. Are we going to see headline CPI flatten or creep up? That could be exciting. I think if we get a drop to GN and then CPI shits the bed, we could see maybe 4,300 this week. Then again, if we see 4,300 early this week, we could go much lower. What are you What are you seeing that made you say it could be turning back up? It's dropping too slow. To me, it looks like dead bounces with lower highs and ready to fail. Failing as I type this, I see. I feel like it bounced by the time I read it, though. Meta's Threads hits 10 million users in 5 days. Folks are hyped. No, they're not. They're just automatically signed up through their Facebook accounts. Have you heard of Netscapes? No? My 818 4300s would be so happy. Hmm. My not so far dated 4300s would also be titillated. I tried to post my dinghy on the Pickle Picks channel, but I'm not allowed. Please help. No. Do you have any thoughts on 4200 by next week? I mean, that'd be really cool. But that's also ridiculous right now. No problem, dude. Yeah, I mean, I just think that like another bounce here is kind of likely. NQ's kind of holding up a bit. There's still a bunch of call interest at like 4405, 4410, 4415. So it could get a little bit of momentum. It doesn't have, there's not like a lot of upside call interest. It kind of breaks down at like 4425. I'm not even sure a bounce here would move us up that much. Also, you've got the volatility of like the Fed speakers to consider, which isn't gonna, follow any kind of technical or data driven indicators, right? So you could play both sides of this or just no sides of it and wait until they're done talking, which is kind of what I'm doing here. I had a dream last night. You went crazy and went survivalist off grid and got a shotgun. Later, Matt Kors showed up at your door and you put a gun in his face, and that's where I woke up. Imagine being threatened by Matt Kors. I would invite him in. How many more speakers? Bostic at noon. No, not into the freezer. How does options flow look on SPX? Interest is still split. Put side's still heavy. It's mostly it's where we're trading right now. Intraday gamma flip is at 4,400. So if we fall below that, we could get a bigger move down. But right now, not so much. And I think we've got some time before that happens. Or like if we break 30.95, 43.95. But I think we've got a little bit of time before that happens. So we'll see what happens here over the next like 30 minutes or so. If we don't get a lot of upside, or we just kind of end up retesting 4405 or 4000, 4400, then I'll consider entering some like intraday puts. Longer dated stuff, I don't really mind entering on the bearish side here because it's starting to break down. But you're still taking some risk with CPI this early in the week, so you could wait and be safer. I do have some Tesla and Google puts now, and I sold some bear spreads on Nvidia. Still waiting on confirmation on Netflix. I think that's about it. Oh, I haven't done shit with Meta. It's still too choppy. What about Spurt? Spurt's gone. Action Bostic is my favorite of the banking system dictators. He's not even a voting member. I wish he'd just shut the fuck up. I think if you're not a voting member, you shouldn't be allowed to have public speeches. I was in Spurt, and then Matt Kors copied me, but I'm not going to get into it. People are weird, man. I know a guy who hates social media and can't wait to deactivate it all. Proceeds to sign up for threads immediately. Careful of meta hype short term. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree. I mean, you definitely want to be careful of it, but the literal dick measuring contest between him and Elon is not going to breed a lot of confidence in his fucking building up a product that's a copy of a failed product, right? I made 250 on Tesla puts today and had stops too tight, so I got stopped out of profits. But it ain't the end of the world. Nice, man. What's a bear spread? Buying calls at X and selling calls at XY. That'd be a bull. Well, if it's X, then what? That'd be a bull debit spread. A bear spread would be like selling SPX like 4410 and buying 4415. So short leg, long leg, your spread is 500 or $5. Right? And then you receive a credit. And then whatever, as long as the price ends up below 4410, you keep the credit. And then, if the price moves above 4115, you lose $500 minus your premium. That's a bear credit spread. You have bull credit spreads, which are similar but with puts. So you'd sell like a 43.90 put and buy a 43.85 put. Same thing, but the other way. So it's bullish. Those are credit, then debit, you inverse that and changes directionality. Since CPI is when, is there an ideal straddle spot you see on the chain? I mean, 4,400 is pretty enticing psychologically. Wouldn't 4,400 be a solid straddle? Yeah, 4,400 is a solid straddle point, and it's very liquid too. Please tell me my SPX 3980 puts will print. They'll never print, probably. Especially if you need them to print today. It sounds like you're super fucked. Facebook figured out ads way better than Twitter, but Facebook isn't going to be able to replicate the diehard cringe Twitter culture people love so much. Anyway. I heard from a security friend that Threads is more like TikTok and its data invasiveness, and Twitter wishes they had the ability to harvest the amount of metadata Threads does. Interesting. Pumped to 4405 time. We're getting there? Not yet. It might start soon. If we just chop through this period, that's more bearish though. So if we really don't have a big upside test over the next, well, it'll be a little while, but yeah, over the next like hour or so, if we don't move up very much, we stay kind of range bound, then that could be much more bearish towards the end of the day. Elon's just gonna sell fucking Tesla shares to keep Twitter alive anyway, right? Because, sunk cost. How are you doing the best debit spread on Friday? What do you mean? Why did you change your name? Don't change your name after we argue with each other. He does have a point. We go to Twitter for the diehard cringe. Fair enough. Hey, Gurk, you see us bouncing to 4410 or not that high? All right, we could bounce higher than that. I don't know how high we're going to bounce. I don't really have any idea of the range. I mean, right now we're under puts. So technically we shouldn't really bounce much at all. The like upside momentum here should just get burned up. But we could bounce higher, especially if call interest comes in. How do you decide between using bear call or bear put? Well, one of them's more directionally biased than the other and carries an upfront cost. The other does not. I mean, a bear put says flat or down. I'm sorry, a bear call spread says flat or down, and then a bear put spread says down. Right. So the debit spread, you're getting exposure to increased volatility. You're getting exposure to the directional move. And on the credit side of that, on a bear call, you're really just getting exposure to the price not going up. But you don't make more money if it goes down goes down a lot. You'll make money sooner, but you won't make more money. I opened up strategic investment yesterday with my coffee, read about spreads. your 5K account strategy is based around selling spreads or buying them. Do you mind touching on the basic strategy on your 5K account? I mean, I'm gonna use whatever strategies I can to turn it into a more than 5K account. And primarily, I'm probably going to be using credit spreads in order to harvest yields. But I'll also be using debit spreads until I have more capital to kind of gain directional exposure when I have a high degree of confidence in it. So, I mean, unfortunately, and this is something I knew would happen if I started a 5K account, it's gonna get really fucking boring sometimes because there's gonna be days where I don't take trades. I have to be very certain of outcomes because there's not enough money in the account to like really hedge a lot, right? And then using spreads allows me to minimize potential risk on directional positions, which is advantageous when you don't have a lot of money. Straddles though, I mean, I like did a little better than doubling the account value last week, but I still don't have enough to do SPX straddles. I think I'm just at like 9.5, 9.4. Might be 9.5. Hold on. Yeah, it's like 9.5. Do a QQQ straddle, dude. I mean, that's really risky right now. I don't want to fucking sit on a QQQ straddle at 365 and end up having to hold it into CPI. Palantir went up $1 in less than half an hour on no news. Why? It seems like IWM is running off some FTDs right now. I don't have the data, which is I'm gonna fucking need to yell at Carl, but that's what it looks like. We're seeing Carvana, Fubo, Finger Blaster 5000, Palantir. Those are all IWM stocks. So if those are running, if all of those are running, it's very likely that we're seeing some FTDs on IWM get covered. Also, Russell up today, which probably helps that as well. I've been straddling QQQ with 4K. I need to learn spreads. It seems they're useful. I could sell a Condor against it, but I don't really like that either. The potential for future volatility is too high. You're waiting for the speeches today before determining if you're going to do a play? Yeah, pretty much. What a credit spread condors get better return with more mitigated risk. Your risk on iron condor is greater than your return. So not necessarily. I mean, you're selling an extra leg, right? So you're just exposing yourself in both directions to potential loss. Damn it, Carl. I know. I'll yell at him later. He's gonna get punished. DMs, DMs, DMs. You didn't send me any DMs. Oh, thank you. Fubo ETFs. These only go to 614. Atomic. Do you ever find out what happened to Russell 2K Shuffle? As far as I know, they still haven't released the reconstitution report, so no. I haven't looked for a few days, but uh, I don't think it's been out. I'm sure somebody would have noticed. You ever find out what happened? Okay. Need to have capital for averaging down, losing legs, and still remaining within risk, though. Unless you're just closing all at once. Would a 5K account with a 50-50 position allocation, half for closing, bell straddle, other half for spreads, be far too risky? Yeah. Yeah. Way too risky. That's you're really taking on a ton of risk for faster growth there, which don't get me wrong, I understand, but you really want to manage position allocation, right? And some positions will do really well even on a small allocation, which everybody got to witness on Friday, right? You don't need a big allocation to get that exposure. And then obviously you'll get winners, but reducing your allocation is arguably one of the most important steps to approaching risk management responsibly. You should never be allocating 100% of your portfolio towards any type of risk on position, especially when your portfolio is that small. When you get bigger, you can start to allocate more and more, and we'll get into scaling later. But initially, yeah, I mean, 10% allocation is a nice level for like a 5K account. What do your SPX eyes see? I already said it looks like we're gonna maybe go up a little bit. Given a limited set of options in a 401k, would you consider a short-term position into mid caps with upcoming QQQ rebalance? Maybe. Do they have bonds? Like, bonds seem better than mid caps for returns. After paper trading since November, I'd like to think I'm ready to use a live account. Might just have to start with a single contract, closing bell straddles, get it going slow. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the best way to approach live trading is slowly. Slowly with a focus on risk and not gains. The gains will come, just focus on risk. 44.05 time re. Let's see how this is shaping up. This doesn't look like a particularly strong bounce, if I'm going to be completely honest. I'm going to wait and see how much traction it gets, but right now it doesn't look like it's got a lot of momentum. Same's true for ES. Descending head and shoulders on ES on the 5-minute. That doesn't look particularly bullish at all, especially if this fails to push 44.40. This is like failing like 43.60 or 44.36 rather. Huh. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, it doesn't look very bullish yet. There's still time for momentum to pick up. It's very early in this. So don't rush it. It's probably going to take most of the mid-afternoon. Already about 75% in bonds treasuries, so I guess that's a no. I mean, I feel like I'd rather have tech exposure than mid cap exposure right now because people are treating it like a flight to safety. But tech's at the top, so I mean, we're very close to a top, so if I were gonna pull from tech, I guess mid cap. What are your other options? I mean, I'm not very good with like fixed income. That's not really what I do. But how limited are your options? Are your options just like tech, mid cap, and bonds? Because that sucks. 100% every paper account that I've blown up is because I've not cut the loss quickly. Greed is real. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. My approach was insta full porting with a focus on stream cards. It hasn't been as bad as you think it should be. Fair enough. When you say stuff like you're saying now, on days when we have pointless speeches from non-voting members, we pump like crazy. That's I wouldn't say a crazy pump is on the table here, but some pump. We still have more time to go up here, I think. Hmm. Yeah. Maybe above 4,000. Still pretty bearish. Let me see how long-term interest looks. I just don't want to make sure no calls are sneaking in anywhere else. Yeah, it still looks like no significant call interest till 44.15. Still a lot of volume on those though. On the 44.10 through 44.20 volumes picking up a bit. Put volume's not quite equivalent, but it's more broadly spread out. Call volume 44.05 is weak, but 44.10, 15, and 20 are pretty strong. Okay, so then put volume 4400, 95, and 90. All right. I think they might be selling 4370 zero DTs here. Kind of, yeah, maybe. Skews a little off there. So I would say if this gets some momentum, 15 or 20 are most likely, with a slim chance at 25. But I would probably want to confirm 4405 first. Yep. It's not a big move, but it could be a move. Isn't Bill Huang just running another family office now? When you say stuff like you're saying nowadays, what do you what you do is trade straddles with 10 minutes to expiration. No. 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 I have half my Fubo position at 258. Thoughts on taking money off the table to wait for a reposition? Once this rejects, is this thinking like a trader? Taking profits at break even after holding for an extended period of time isn't obviously ideal. So pump to 44.15, then back to 4400. Kind of looks that way right now. We haven't confirmed that it's gonna pump to 44.15. I really want to see it cross 44.05. If it's unable to gain ground in this mid range between like 44.05 and 44.10, it's not going to realize any of the upside interest. Gork, I managed a straddle. At this rate, I might be able to trade spreads by 2030. Fucking A, man. Awesome. Maybe people are getting rid of positions before the speech. Well, we don't know what's going to be said at the speech, right? If all of the Fed presidents come out continued hawkish, I mean, there's really not like a good bull case there for the day, right? And if nobody's going to come in and support zero DTE pumps, they're a lot more difficult to pull off. And we already know that they're like 44.25 sold puts and 4400 sold puts are pretty pressured right now. Margin requirement on those positions is probably going up. They're likely sold naked. So um yeah, I would say that there's a pretty good chance that this could fail. And that's why I said I wouldn't target the upside move unless there's decent confirmation. So you get what, three? I'm trying to remember what fucking PDT does. It's 3 day trades in a 5 day rolling period, right? So I think I have 1 day trade left until Thursday. Then I'll have 2, then 3, something like that. Hmm. Maybe I should go credit spreads at the top. I'll think about it. When do upstart bear call spreads become too risky? It seems like a good time to open them right now, unless QQQ decides to break up to 375. I mean, you can open them above Gamma Max. I try to wait for it to approach Gamma Max before I open them. At least that's what I've been doing for the last few weeks. That gives you, not only the ability to sell them much closer to the money, but it gives you kind of a line in the sand for protection on continued upside. Gamma Max is at like 42 right now, so it's drifting higher, which is bearish, because Gamma Neutral is also rising and Delta's falling off, but that could come back, right? So GM might contract a little and Delta go up if people start YOLOing weeklies on it again. And then you kind of want to wait for them to YOLO weeklies and pump up IV, and then you try to join in on the short vol crushing it. I will say, if you're somebody who wants to try to buy weeklies on Upstart, don't sit and wait, because the profitability dies off really fast when they start crushing the IV. Upstart's had a bunch of IV spikes over the last couple weeks, and they get crushed out super quick. So if you're scalping upside action, have a tight stop. It's not the most ideal way to play it right now, and it's kind of like a vol trap. I made a video on how to identify resistance and support levels. I mean, a big part of it's experience, and doing it for a very long time. But you want to. It depends on what you're looking at and how liquid its options chain is. But obviously, its options chain has a big effect on stability of price at various levels. And where the MM is going to come in and hedge more, drop hedge on a downside move. And then also, you want to look at volume profiles and see what resistances, are met with buy volume or sell volume, and how people who are trading on the underlying are behaving at those resistance and support levels, and then use that as your confirmation of where they lie. Would you suggest puts? I mean, if you're gonna get theta on them. I'm interested in selling credit spreads on Upstart, but these upside pops are scary. Okay. Would you say that Upstart is a veritable bastion of stability in a world of chaos? No. And the Fed's gonna continue raising rates, which is bad for Upstart, unfortunately. Are there any advantages in buying one SPX contract rather than 10 SPY contracts, or vice versa? Thanks in advance. Yeah, the gamma on SPX contracts is better. But, I mean, there's advantages to having 10 SPY contracts, and that your position becomes a lot more manageable and scalable over the course of, your time horizon. So it's up to you. You can do both. They should roughly equate, right? I just prefer SPX. There's also a tax advantage, like a tax treatment on SPX, where 60% of your gains are marked as long term, which is pretty important. And they're cash settled options, which makes spreads a lot easier to manage because they're European style. I'm interested in selling credit spreads. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, if you're gonna look at upstart puts, you want to make sure that IV's crushed before entering them, and then you probably don't want to be too far out of the money because you don't want too much theta burn, and you want a decent amount of theta. It's gonna take a while to break down. I I seem to be having a really hard time relaying to people how insanely illiquid Upstart is, but it's really really bad. And because of that, it's got extremely high positive beta, which means it's basically like a leveraged bot ETF, right? Bots ETF. And then also still has exposure to like, Nasdaq and like IJH, right? So, it's got like financial sector exposure and stuff. And it's sensitive to all of that active fund exposure. So unless broadly indexes are dropping and liquidity is being realized, it can not only drop but bounce very, very quickly. You can take advantage of that, but and puts are one way to do it, but selling options is generally better because of the spike the like rapid spikes and drops in implied volatility, which make long positions less desirable. Not long as in call, long as in bought bought options. What if you have a few tens of thousands of capital losses banked, asking for a friend? You can write those off of future capital gains. You know that, right? I guess on a stock like Fubo, I don't know how to track volume at a given price from a day in January. You look at the volume. I've never understood how you determine these lines. Well, I mean, partially $2 call interest, right? There's so I mean, which line are you questioning? I haven't posted a Fubo chart in a long time, but Is there like a specific resistance or support that you're wondering about? Jam? So like back here at like a dollar like 60? I mean this one at two like 237's pretty obvious, right? I mean this is like your upside resistance here as bullish momentum started to pick up. It continued to test that until it broke loose, right? And this is kind of where that resistance started on these initial wicks, right? So you had buyers up here, but not a lot. And then the amount of buyers at this strike continued to increase. Some of that has to do with its proximity to 250, right? And also, its distance from $2. So generally, between two high interest option strikes, you're gonna, have a point where, gamma market maker hedging is starting to drive price higher, right? And that's kind of like what 223 is once we cross that 223 line, the market maker starts to, the delta increases on the $2 calls, and the market maker is starting to buy a little more as price goes up, right? Which then, emboldens the bulls to buy higher into that resistance presented by the 250 calls, right? And then you kind of find like a range like that where the resistance and support are high. Ooh, failure. That's kind of fun. That's a big deal. It only well, I mean, it tested 4405, but it failed. Uh that might just lead to more chop here. I don't know if we're gonna get momentum off that or not. That's a little early to tell. NQ seems to be the driver of this drop more than SPX. That also perfect head and shoulders on ES, which would, I mean, technically target like a neckline down here at like 44.25 again. So, hmm. Seems like 44.50 is dead now. Am I missing something? No? Who was targeting 44.50 today? I wasn't. I have some bear spreads up there that I sold on Friday, but that's it. What's up, Joe? What's our downside potential for SPX today? Like 43.80, unless more puts come in. Not today. 44.50 for the week. I don't see how it's dead for the week. If CPI is bullish, we could easily move back to 44.50. But for today, it's not looking very hot. I think, obviously. All the calls that were at 44.50 got fucking slaughtered. Most of the long calls at 43.75 and 4,500 capitulated on the end of day Friday, right, on the massive drop, and futures positioning in line with that overnight, right? So, yeah, I mean, there's interest at 44.50, but it's mostly sold calls. How bad is Nvidia looking? JFresh is making me nervous. Putting his spread at 450. Well, I mean, the call skew on NVIDIA is really advantageous, but it can bounce really hard, right? So, I mean, he'll probably still break in a decent yield from 40, like 450, and he's trying to stay above gamma max to reduce risk, which is fine. I mean, I sold like 425, 430 last week and got kind of burned on them. So this week I moved it up a little. I put them in the DD, like the two spreads I was looking at, and I sold those this morning at open. 10 minutes to speech. Thanks. The Mahoney Park murderer escaped from the hospital around the corner. Do you think this will mean GME will continue to fall? And my $20 CCs from May will resurface? I mean, it could, yeah. Slowly, but obviously index drops help realize liquidity and will pressure the downside. GME needs to break below 22. That's kind of the big level right now where like a fall below that's going to probably mean a steeper drop to like 20 or sub 20. What's for lunch today? I don't know yet. I'm still waiting to get like an entry on something here. And then I'll think about lunch a little bit later. I made a I made like an like a maybe like I'll have a sandwich. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it much. Hmm. Fuck, I wish Netflix would break down below 40 437. Google's having a nice move down though. That's working out today. So is Tesla. Tesla already at 269, so it's getting to that first price target at 266 pretty quickly here. Um, next target after that's 261. The selling spreads require level 3 options. It depends on your broker. Some brokers let you sell spreads in cash accounts. It yeah, so it really depends on the broker. But you can just apply for level 3 options when you have margin. You should just get it. It's not hard. QQQ forming a nice bear flag. Yeah, this still looks choppy, and I don't think we have like good downside momentum yet. So I'm kind of holding off on entering any positions here. Although, hmm, let me see. Yeah, that still looks kind of bullish, but it's like Dow SPX. Hmm. Oh, I know what I want. God damn it. What subscription level do you have with Option Strat? None? I'm not giving them my money. Gross. It's free. What the fuck? Why do you need the subscriptions? So you can get 15-minute delayed data? It's gonna pump. It always pumps. If it were gonna dump, it would have been apparent by now. Okay. Well, that's one take. Does selling spreads require level 3 options? Buy some puts, Dad. Make the market go down. I don't think I want to buy them yet. It's still too soon. Yeah, it's still too soon. What made you open bear call spreads at open on NVIDIA versus waiting like other plays? NVIDIA looks, options chain looks pretty bearish going into last Friday. I was pretty confident with the levels, and I've gotten used to selling way too close to the money spreads on it, so I'm pretty prepared to manage them. Also, the pre-market pump kind of led me to believe that it was going to fail. Can you recommend any stocks in the $20 to $50 range with decent vol, other than the usual suspects? Hmm. Decent vol? There's ones that have like an excessive amount of volatility. Why specifically the $20 to $50 range? Are you just trying to do like buy rights or CSPs? I mean, then you kind of want to target things that you actually want to own, right? I mean, Carvana's got pretty crazy volatility. Docu can fluctuate pretty high. There's safer shit like what have I been watching recently? Like Devon Energy or Oxy, where there's a little bit more, a little less volatility, but a little bit more stability. Although they're both oil exposed, so upside volatility is always a risk there. I thought you had it since you show the profit percent chance. No, that's just automatic. That's free. That's not the profit percent chance. That's the percent profit at each level, not the chance of profitability. Here's the options data from Option Strat subscription because my broker doesn't have it. Okay, I guess yeah, that makes if you don't have it, that makes sense. So primarily based on last week's position with added confirmation from pre-market pump. Yeah. Well, they pulled back covered calls last week, and that's what, like, especially like early in the day on Friday, and then started replacing them into the end of the day, which means that, there was a shitload of covered calls to the upside on NVIDIA. So I felt moderately protected by those. And then, my positions weren't like at the money, so plenty of room to confirm if I need to hedge them or not. Are we just gonna flat gang all day? It's not out of the question. I don't think so. I think there's too much put interest to the downside, but we could. I mean, staying under 4405 here is good, right? Lower now we got a lower high. It's a little extra confirmation. I think the bullish momentum's starting to flatline. I don't think we're going down just yet, but maybe getting closer to seeing some downside. Nasdaq looks bearish, bear flagged and broke down. So still got one more speech though, right? Bulls have just been protecting 4400, waiting for Bostic to save them. Who the fuck knows what he's gonna say? Apple is a generational buying opportunity here for puts. How's VIX looking? Stable. Very, very stable, above $15. How are those soul puts still in danger from VIX, or is enough theta passed to give them some cushion? Oh no, they're absolutely still in danger. They might have a little bit of cushion. I mean, VIX is staying pretty flat right now, but it can pick up rapidly. Still waiting for Netflix to drop a little more, and it's not, which is irritating the shit out of me. Like, it just won't break my confirmation line here. Although maybe if it retests, yeah, that's so risky because it can just break up if it retests 442. I kind of love and hate Netflix positioning. Fucking options are so expensive. Okay, that's good. Yeah, little bit increased downside probability here. I'm still gonna. I think I'm still gonna wait though. Fuck, I should be more bearish. Mm, tough choice. I'm thinking it'll just like so. Yeah, it broke down, but I'm thinking it's still just gonna return near this level. It's like a quick move, but it's not like a reliable one. Is this no ass? Sure. CME has a 92% chance of a 0.25 hike. Chances we see another regional bank failure after the hike. Might not be a regional bank. What if they do 0.5? I don't like that CME's presumption is just for 0.25, if I'm going to be completely honest. Fubo was dropping. It went from 3 to 275 to 254. Am I correct that those would be the next three resistance points? None of these days had super high volume, though. 250's resistance, and we're pretty close to it. I don't really see the 254. I see a little bit at 254, but I guess, yeah, okay, so you're measuring from the wick there on the November 28th. at market close. It's not really enough volume. I would say the level there is 256. But yeah, 256 is the next upside resistance here. 250 or 256. So I don't know if that one really matters that much. $256 has some historical precedent too, but so does 250. I would say that whole range, like that 6 cent range, could be considered. Uh, it could be considered both support and resistance. Although 237 has been prior support more often. July 21, 4,400 calls have a higher delta than the same date strike puts. Explain. The same date strike puts. That's called skew. Delta skew? Reject here is super bearish. It's more bearish. Yeah. It's like, it's confirming, but volume slow. And yeah. I still don't, I still don't love it. Yeah, I'm still gonna stay out of it for now. It's not that I think it's gonna bounce a lot. I just think it's going to chop a lot, and I don't want to enter a position while it's doing that. Please average down SPX 12,000. No. Still holding both sides of the straddle in that case. No. No, I'm not. I closed the long side already. I got stopped out of it at like 44.10. The put side I'm keeping open. I'm ready to strangle again if I have to. But I mean, put interest is piled up at 39.80, right? Hmm. $0.40 spread. Fix is starting to pick up a little. All right. I mean, I have a stop on the short side of my straddle. I'm just not really anywhere near hitting it. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Um, Tesla tapping 266, 265, 260 debit. Okay. So 360, 360 puts. Um, That's 1, 2, 270, 260, 265, 255. Um, okay. Sorry. Riley ripping for some reason. I don't own that anymore. I took profits on it. Struggle here with XSP 0DT 440C. 0DT 440C 439P. So you're taking the bigger call set. Why? Why not? Why more leverage on the call side? Like the trend's bearish, right? Someone just slammed yields. Ooh. Yeah, they did. I just got stopped out of a couple Tesla weeklies on this bounce. So I hear you. That's why I canceled the debit spread. Maybe. Yeah. Although hard rejection off 1550 isn't super surprising. From here would be a pretty hard bounce to get near the call interest, right? Yeah. I don't think it looks very bouncy, frankly. But we could get like a little bit of drift. I don't think it's unreasonable to retest like 4400 again, maybe. Yeah, this could still go on a little while longer. What is fast gamma and SPX orbit? That's kind of like the front weighted, like 32 data expiration gamma neutral. You can like whatever songs you want, Joe. I've been away from a job because of leave. I just got a text telling me to stay away from a friend that's a coworker. Can the market have a Black Monday so I can slap in my 2 weeks? uh, well, I don't think we're having a Black Monday right now. Do you have any predictions about the Mansion House speech tonight in the UK? No. Hmm. Yields going down. VIX futures moving up, but VIX dropping? What the fuck is that? Dixie down on the day now. The overnight gains on the yen have dropped off. What's what? That's contango. Could Fubo lose all of its gains from today before CPI? Yeah. Hmm. So bounce back up to 430, 4430. Turn a little bit, maybe test 4435, which should put us roughly at about 4400. Unless that fails here and then we get a continuation of the downtrend. That would be bearish. Hmm. Interesting. An early fail here before 4400 is pretty bearish. So keep an eye on that. If we top 4400, it might just mean more chop for a while. But yeah, this is kind of the bounce I was talking about. It does seem to be losing momentum pretty quickly. I hate Bostic. I don't think he said anything that bullish, frankly. It's been about, what, 25 minutes now? What does yields dropping mean? Someone selling for liquidity? Someone buying? They make money today, but I minimize losses with stops and offset some gains. Thanks for what you do. No problem, man. Can I ask what the plan is for managing the meta credit spread if things go wrong? I can just sell, like, I can just open a call side debit spread. I'm not particularly worried about it. The spread's only 250. it's a pretty narrow spread. Decent return on risk though. Okay, so momentum's turning here, which is kind of bearish. I like that. We failed to retest 4,400. It's not over yet, but it looks like it's gonna fail. I don't know, maybe like a sharp pump to trigger some stop losses. Careful, watch out for that. While we're consolidating here at the top, be careful with your stops. Don't set them too tight. This is like where the MM likes to go digging. Especially when it's real obvious. $43.85 today? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm leaning. Maybe 43.80, but 43.85 looks good. What's a decent return for you on risk? I mean, it depends on the position. There's positions where, you know, vol's not crazy, and I feel pretty confident about price level where, you know, I'm willing to take a lower return on risk, and you know, there's positions where vol's a little higher or skews a little higher, and I want to try to squeeze out a little bit more return in order to make the risk worthwhile. So it varies a lot. I mean, everything in the market is always relative, right? So it really just depends. I know you're not worried. This is more of a theoretical, applicable to all credit spreads. At what point do you consider buying calls to hedge it? Meta above 290? Maybe I'd open a debit spread at 290. I might open it like above that. I don't think. I mean, Meta tends to move pretty big ranges, right? So I probably wouldn't open a call side protection unless it was moving into expiration, and at 290 or yeah 290 250. If it moves up to 290 250, I'll probably just open up like 290 250, like 290 290 750 like debit spreads. Or 290 290 750 debit spreads. I guess I could go long. Well, I'm already long that call. I could add to it. I could go 295 300 debit spread. I'll have to see what pricing looks like when the time comes. 43.75. Let's fucking go. That'd be cool. Joke's on them. My propensity to set stops is quite poor. Like my financial situation. Nice. Still haven't tested 4,400 yet. Doesn't really look like we're going to. Well, not testing it's very bearish. Testing it might just lead to more chop. I don't really know if testing it's bullish, but it could just lead to more chop, which may over time become bullish. So to hedge the meta spread, opening a bull debit spread makes sense, but would you open it in the money? I don't necessarily have to, right? I could just add to my 295 calls, right? So I'd have like 6 295 calls, and then I could sell, 297.50s, and then, collapse it all on a test of 300. Or I could sell 300s. What would it take to get VIX back over 20? I don't know. Any kind of unexpected event could really send VIX flying, right? Um, CPI has that potential this month. What would that do for September 3600? Well, the increase in implied volatility would be multiplied by the vega of the contract, and that would be added to the premium. Fed's Bostic says policy right now is clearly in restrictive territory. Fed can be patient. He's just loving his speaking engagements, isn't he? Still really trying for 4,400 here. Hold on. What was it? You're bullish on TSN under 50. Okay. Growth is a problem here. You know that, right? Like margins have been contracting really hard. Again, the short term under 50 looks good, but on longer term time frames, it doesn't seem unrealistic to target sub 50. Maybe even like a retest at 47 or 49. I don't know how under 50 you're kind of talking, but yeah, I mean, I'd probably be somewhat interested, but it's, Tyson's kind of a value trap. So I'd be careful with it. Yeah, I'd probably want, I mean, based on their contraction, their continued contraction in profit margins, which has been persistent for some time now and is very clearly highlighted by their earnings, I would probably want a pretty steep discount to pick up the risk of lack of forward growth, right? And then as food inflation falls off, that hurts their bottom line too, right? So I don't expect I expect them to stabilize and do okay into a recession, but I don't expect them to do better, right? So it may be worth a very slow DCA, right? But that really depends on how discounted it becomes. Like you could end up just holding it for a long time without any real realization of price improvement. There's some potential there with like, international supply chains getting a little tight due to political conditions and stuff like that where that, especially for them, that can be really damaging, right? As a big like exporter. So I'd be careful with it. Yeah. I've looked at them a bit, not a ton recently, but I mean, I definitely had no interest in buying them at the prices they've been trading at since like 2017, 2016. I do think it does still have a decent yield, right? It's like 3.71. So yeah, I mean, if you can get a low price, you might be able to take advantage of that yield a bit to offset a shittier entry. You finally buying puts tentatively, but a little bit, yeah. Do MMs limit strikes on certain stocks based on their popularity? Yeah, they can over time. Are they just trying to regulate volume on the call chain? For example, number of strikes opened comparing Upstart and Fubo. Just curious. I mean, like 50-cent spreads on a stock strikes is generally because it trades either in an extremely narrow range or at a very low price. Um, and then, they'll open more as necessary if demand is there, right? Because they just want quantity of order flow. That's how they make their money. So, and it's not really the MMs that do that. That's CBOE. Nice rejection off 4,400. That's okay. I don't, I don't particularly like that we tested it, but at least it rejected. Still staying below the trend, the intraday trend. Getting closer to a bearish signal though, so staying below 4,000 and picking up bearish momentum, I think is good into the afternoon. Let's say CPI is good. Market pumps to 44.50. Where do you see QQQ in this case? I don't know. QQQ is a little bit different right now. You've got a lot more risk factors going on, right? You've got the upcoming rebalance of the index, which is obviously going to create some issues. And then also, QQQ is really heavily sold short on the call side above like 370. So it's actually got a bit more resistance to the upside than SPX does. Like SPX is decently like there's some decent sold call interest at like 44.25, not a lot of it, and then there's a lot at 44.50. But QQQ is kind of like 370 all the way up through like 375 is just massively sold short. So I don't think its upside range is all that great here. Something happened with Fubo? No, it just looks like a lot of like IWM blew something off today. A few of them ran, like Carvana ran, Fubo ran, Finger Guns ran, some other shit. But it doesn't look like it's sustained. It's kind of looks like it's breaking down now that Russell's losing some ground. Probably not going to last. It could have just been FTDs. I mean, we're around the right time of the month for carryover ETF FTDs from like the last few days of the prior OPEX. So I'm sure it is. I don't have the IWM ETF data right now. So 6-6 looks like Fubo had a lot of ETF FTDs. 517, 516. Ooh, that's a ton. Is that coming up? Hold on. 517, 516. No, we should be past that, right? Yeah. 5. So today would be ETF FTDs from 522. Actually, on Fubo, like FTDs look really high for today, but ETF FTDs look pretty low. Unless that's, yeah, unless that's offset. Huh. Interesting. Looks like it might push through. I mean, some volatility here, but I don't think it looks like bullish or anything. We're getting closer and closer to like the bearish momentum breaking down. So yeah, I don't think this was like a successful push up here. It mostly just looks like capitulation, not really like call interest, right? So also don't forget that 4400, like 4405, 4410, those are all puts. Like we're not like against the like call side of the interest here. We're still deeply under a bunch of puts. The upside, like the bullish momentum, picks up at like 4415. I just don't want 4400 puts getting like shaken out, right? If as long as they hold strong, I'm not worried about this pumping. I think there's probably a lot safer things you could park your retirement in than IEP. Also, the fund hasn't done well over time. They've been underwater quite a lot on a lot of their positioning. Because Nasdaq and SPX look to be staying down and Dow up for now. Can this be seen as a bit of a shift from tech to value? This could cause Cat to pressure the 250 strike. I mean, Cat did pressure the 250 strike a little bit earlier today, but then failed, right? It may still pressure it, but I don't think Dow looks particularly great now. Some of that may be because of the rebalancing in QQQ. Funds might be turning to Dow a little bit. S&P has also outperformed Nasdaq 100 today. Dude, I don't care about your fucking $4 stock squeeze. I just returned from the outside world. They're calling for 220K on Bitcoin by the end of 2024. It's also summertime. I know that. But 220K on Bitcoin by 2024 is insane. I wanted more down. Wait a minute. The more I read financial news and reports, the more I realize how full of shit they are. Yeah, yeah. You'll get to a point of complete disillusionment. It's not that they're full of shit, it's just that they're narrative driven. No idea, don't care about stocks on Twitter. We don't want to get involved in some pump and dump with a bunch of idiots. We're gonna bail on their weekly calls the second it hits resistance. It's 39.85 looking scrumptious, not gonna lie. Ew. People are still on Twitter, apparently. I wish we get some fucking volume. BTC to 4.20694269. Okay. I thought everyone left on Twitter were just Musk's alt accounts. Maybe. If you want volume, turn your speakers up. That's what you always tell us. I don't even have speakers. I just have headphones. Well, I do have speakers. I don't have them set up. Hmm. Break up? Yeah. So much interest at 4,400. How's the put positioning looking? Still very bearish. 43.95? Okay, whatever. I mean, breaking up here just means we have to wait longer for it to break down. But it is insanely boring. I agree. Bostic spoke already, and he said moderately neutral things. I haven't watched it, although someone's been asking me to for a very long time. Moderately neutral? He said the Fed was currently sufficiently restrictive. So he's clearly in disagreement with all of the Fed voting members. But frankly, who gives a shit what he says? Right? I probably will like it. I mean, I haven't watched a movie in months. And then, like, watching something I actually want to see is even more difficult because then I have to, like, I can't just put it on in the background while I work, which is what I do with most things I watch. Movie night. I haven't watched the Mario movie, nor would I. The story of Mario is not a good story. Why would I watch that? It's a bad story. It's not blasphemy. It's not good. It's not a fucking RPG. Except that time when it was an RPG. But still. What's the story of Mario? Princess gets captured. Italian plumber saves her. I have no interest in watching the Cobra Kai series at all. So Shrek? Yeah, actually. That's solid ground to build on. I don't know what you're on. So Lord of the Rings is just a wizard hands a dude a ring and dumps it in the volcano. Okay. There's a lot of hullabaloo about the Mario movie being hashtag woke and Peach being too much of a girl boss. Someone that's seen it provide deets, please. I didn't hear anything about any of that. Ugh. I've seen it. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Mm. Cobra Kai is like step up, but they fight instead of dance. You'd totally enjoy it. That sounds like they'd just be ruining step up by making it about violence instead of love in the streets. Bear's still holding strong. I mean, yeah, they own all the strikes under 44.15. Do the stock god thing, win downs. I don't know, maybe like 30 minutes or so. Fucking boring. Have to wait for it. Can still skew upside a little bit, so that's even worse. That's just haters. The reason Mario is so successful is because they didn't change almost anything from the classic Mario. They did give the princess a more interesting personality, but hardly woke. Disney's just trying to regurgitate our childhood memories to us, but ruining them. As if 9/11 wasn't enough. So I didn't buy those GN0DT, so that's good. But I'm about to buy calls. Should I do this so everyone's puts print? Whatever makes you happy, man. I saw the Mario movie with my kids. It was fun. I have no interest in seeing it or talking about it. I don't care. I don't even like Mario that much. I think most Nintendo games just suck. Yeah. I know. You missed my 17-month sub message. I'm sorry. If beef Wellington is just really expensive beef Hot Pocket, yeah. Also, express to 420. That'd be cool. Do you have some sort of inside information? Have you seen Dune? Yeah. You don't want my take on it. It doesn't translate well to film. Do you not like plumbers or something? Or is it because he's Italian? No, it's because they've been making the same fucking game for 35 years and no one's called them on it. They're totally gonna make a Zelda movie, aren't they? Yeah, probably. Yeah, the old Dune movie is bad too, but at least it's comically bad. Jesus fucking Christ, the support call has been brutal. I'm getting a fairly brief reprieve. This support's brutal. That's what Nintendo does best. Make the same games over and over. Yeah, and that's what most game companies do best. Market's trying to bore us to death again, apparently. QQQ and SPX are really fucking disjointed. And it's like they're shorting puts, but they're not getting any momentum again. So yeah, we have to wait for them to like give up, which is fucking boring. QQQ's got a little bit better momentum than well, it's got a little bit better volume and momentum than like ES, like NQ does, but they both kind of look like dog shit. Strong desire to hold 4,400 for CPI is probably a part of all of this. Alan Rickman? Hear me out. GTA, but this time in a different city? No, really? That sounds crazy. They would never do something so innovative. If they make Zelda a film, I'll watch it. I like the universe and the lore, but I don't like Nintendo as a company. They're litigious copyright lovers, so I never buy their games or consoles. Okay, yeah, that's fair. It's a fair take. If you chose to watch the Mario movie and you're not accompanying any children, it suggests a lack of maturity and contributes to the decline of our media landscape due to the constant support of corporate intellectual properties. It's time to evolve, strive to improve. Oh, God. Why do we have comments from people called Truth Sayer now? Okay. What? Wow, I hate whoever sent that Ko-Fi. I want to watch the movie now. No, no movie stream. Ask Truth Boy what he thinks about anime. She's 12,000 years old, Mr. Poopy Pants. That's what he thinks about anime. Alright? You just don't get it. There went 5 more viewers. One was weak, do another. They're not very crunchy. It's not a bounce. You're giving it too much credit. I just wish AI writers will make the writing better. Have you ever read anything that Chat GPT has wrote? It's not going to be an improvement. You've got to smash the chip. But it's not a chip. It's a peanut M&M. Someone gave me a giant jar of them, and they've become my sole source of sustenance because now I don't need to leave my desk. I bought a 4400p. Can you just stay away from the markets, AJ? Stop, you're just ruining all the fun for the rest of us. Same regard here as earlier with the lopsided 440 debit spread straddle. I got short side up near Friday's peak and holding that as my core position. J sweep poor. The long side is a hedge. Okay. Fair enough. If you told me Netflix has been using AI for years, I'd believe it. I feel like Netflix has made some really, really good content that they've then canceled. How's the cat doing? I don't know. He doesn't speak. He's alive. I'll never forgive Netflix for canceling Space Force. That's the one you want to hang your hat on? That show was not good. Even with Steve Carell, it was still bad. You know what they canceled that was phenomenal? Marco Polo. They're like, it's $15 million an episode to produce. Wah. Who cares? BKKT has been talking about federal crypto company. Now Fed Snow is out, and I'm telling you, they'll connect with it. They'll just create their own centralized digital currency and then ban all the other ones. The libs are coming for our swimming pool games. You can't cancel Marco Polo. Oh, Jesus Christ. They canceled 1908, the only original show they've pumped out. I haven't seen that one yet, actually. Good to know it got canceled, though. The only thing worse than Space Force is that actual Space Force is real. Well, I mean, they need to track all the UFOs, right? So makes sense. I'm hungry for lunch. Do you want to use this opportunity to buy another put before this breaks down? Yeah, fuck it, why not? What's the worst that happens? It goes up more? The fuck? That's weird. All right, I'll bring it back. Holy shit, I missed nothing. How how fun. VIX is moving up a little. Not much. God, this is gonna chop for even longer. Some covering on Fubo this morning. Kind of looks like it, yeah. Died off. Doesn't seem like puts are being bought enough. Volume on puts is still okay. I wouldn't say volume on calls is much higher. Yeah, they both just suck. They both big suck. After an hour of chop above 4,400, are we still positioned for an end of day drop? Yeah. Yeah. Like 30% of the call volume for the day came in on this bounce, and we fucking went nowhere. You're telling us chop to Wednesday? That's not out of the question. I really hope we don't, but you missed GME breaking 23. I don't care. What did I want to do here? There was something I wanted to do. Now I forgot what it was. Oh. Would China deflation be bad for the USA? The demand, I mean, Chinese QE may put to like stress supply chains. So yeah, it could be bad for our inflation if they're gonna quantitatively ease themselves into an economic recovery. The pressure of that economic recovery, especially on commodities, would be quite high. What if they pump S with ES futures to 5,000? But they're not. There's like no volume on futures either. No, I wasn't. What are your thoughts on the polarizing topic of cumulus clouds? I don't I don't think I have any. Wind down? Like like an hour, maybe? Hour and a half. 1 second. Alright. When was the last time you held a baby? Fuck, I don't know. When your puts expire, as is tradition, what? We chop here for 3 more days. I really hope not. It's extremely dull. He's holding me. No room for a baby. Nice. Oh, boring. We test 4410. How is that an entry? Oh, it's not. It's backwards. There we go. Gherk, now that we broke 4405, do you think we test 4410? We might test 4410. I don't know how long this, like, little pump up's gonna last. It doesn't have a lot of volume. Yeah. Probably reject. Oh, yeah. I'm rejecting. What's NQ doing? Maybe that's more leading here. See, NQ did get a little volume on that, right? So that's nice. Rejected on the testing gamma neutral again, right? That's just fast gamma, right? 440750. Yeah. Trading the SPX and listening to everyone bitch about $2 price moves is the best. I opened some credit spreads. You ready for QQQ 375 this week? Nice. Do they have enough fuel for 4425? No, not right now. I mean, calls will get cheaper as the day progresses, but I don't really feel like we're gonna hold these levels. The bullish momentum is kind of double peaked here. Dow's starting to contract a little more. See if VIX picks up a little. 2 years dropping now. Interesting. The 10-year is now under 4. Jesus. These are getting fucking slammed. 5 years down to down 291 BPS. T-bond futures is up 45 BPS. NQ is still red on the day too. ES isn't that far off. A little bit of gold interest picking up and BTC. Huh. DAX closed the day up 45 BPS. Oil's dropping again. Hmm. Alright. Now that we broke 4405, you think we test 4410? Okay. Who's buying all the bonds, and why is the money not leaving the market? Well, it started leaving the market overnight, and then it came back. Now here we are, stuck at 4,000. $4,400 forever? I hope not. Oh, dry ass liquidity. Any action on Fubo OI? There's only like 5 fucking strikes. Probably. There's usually a lot of activity there. Vol shorting and shit. Did I say 4,000 again? Whatever. Can't stop thinking about how great it would be to be there instead of here, trading sideways all day. listening to the roller coaster of emotion as we trade between 43.95 and 44.05. Woo. Peener. Now that's some DD I can get behind. Because puts get really expensive really fast when they get cheap, AJ. Also, more people are always bullish than bearish. Just wait for the Book of Peener 2, Wiener. Is that the sequel? Or is that just book 2 of the trilogy? God, it's like watching fucking paint dry. I get the more people bull than bear, but how does the pricing on 0 DTE puts differ from 0 DTE calls? They must get similarly expensive, cheap, relative to the end of the day. The market maker chooses what they cost. There's no. I mean, yes, theta decays, they become similarly priced. But IV still has an effect. I'm not sure what you're confused about. Executive manager sent us an invitation for movie night. Inflation must be defeated. Oh god, they're gonna fire more of you. Speaking of paint dry, did Sherwin double top at 265? That's a good question. Sherwin Williams does not look particularly good right now. Although last earnings was pretty decent. Might fail back to like 255 or 252. Risky to bet on the downside there too much. Their margins are starting to pick back up too. I miss you, Shill. Even though Diablo has taken center stage in my life, I miss losing money hoping I get rich on weeklies. I'm glad that you've learned so much in your time here. Hi, Honey Dick. Really? Upside resistances on Fubo. 256. Above that. 265. Then like 308. Fuck my life, this is painful. It's really boring to watch. I wish my food would finish cooking so I could eat. Hmm. One second. Still going on? I should have just gone out for lunch. No news on Fubo, it's just up. So's a bunch of other shit in IWM. Don't worry about it. It's always mentioned how calls get cheap at 2 p.m., but I don't recall hearing anything about puts getting cheap at that time. That's because people don't massively over-leverage 0 DTE puts. Well, they haven't been, although that could change. At least we're getting closer to this finally fucking moving down. Incrementally, but a little bit closer. Cubic XPX close at 43.95. No, I don't want that. So, even if I could, I would have no incentive to attempt it. Oh, no. I have 75 4400p 0 DT. We're going down now. Jesus Christ. Well, best of luck to you, man. The 4390p's were sold, weren't they? No, I don't think so. How's the food? Mediocre, but it's whatever. I'm tired. Take a short nap. I don't think you're going to miss much. Yeah. Hmm. Takes nap, misses MOASS. It's possible. Oh, kind of bored, but hanging in there. How are you doing, STD slot machine? Don't get rugged, Bob. My Apple Watch just gave me a low heart rate alert. It's that boring. Yep. SPX stock got test. Write SPX price at market close down on a piece of paper. Don't share it with the stream so people don't degen on 0 DTEs, and we'll see how close you are at close. Okay. You know, I have a pen, but I don't have any paper. I might have been unprepared for this. Huh. Well, son of a bitch. It's kind of like a piece of paper. Okay. I'm going to fold it up, and I'm going to stick it in my hat so everyone knows I'm not cheating. You can't fool us. What sleight of hand? I'm not a magician. I missed it. What's the paper for? Predicting closing price for SPX? Ah, son of a bitch. It fell out of my hat. So that might be too loose for this. There we go. If I eat the paper, then there'd be no big reveal. I didn't write $1. Do you have one of those melted wax stamp things with your family's pickle crust on it? Yes. It's called a seal, but anyway. If you have me pull the paper from behind my ear at the end of stream, I'm going full port. I don't know what you mean. I have the paper behind. Why do you have paper behind your ear? You're not the main character here, man. I didn't magic it. It's in my ear. See? It's right there. Wait, can you see it? Right there. I'm going to attempt to not move or touch it as long as it doesn't fall out again. Yeah, he's arguably the most boring cat to have ever lived. He just eats and shits and sleeps under the couch. Or maybe that's just all cats. If we touch 4380, I'm happy, but then I'll be sad because little greedy. Okay. Which shape of phalange best describes VIX? Huh. Well, if it goes back up again, we get like a nice distal shape. But right now, very intermediate or like proximal. He was definitely a human-owned cat at some point because he's a spoiled shit. Frenetic random activity periods. Yeah, he's a cat. It's it's bearish because it keeps breaking down and bulls keep losing money on it. They'll get bored with it eventually. I haven't tried putting mice under the couch, but I feel like introducing rodents into my home is a bad idea. Also, I'm 90% sure he wouldn't kill them. You missed the boat a little bit on Tesla puts, but it could keep going down. I mean, you're just taking like a little more risk. You can get frozen ones from the pet store if that's easier for you logistically. Frozen mouse, same like Walt Disney, or different. I don't need to be living with an anti-Semite. Get plastic springs like a slinky. Cats love them. They'll lose all of them under your refrigerator in 10 minutes. But still. It sounds like a lot of work for me. I mean, literal frozen mice in little plastic bags, but you can pretend they're anti Semitic if that makes you feel better about it. I don't know if cats are big on eating or like pre dead prey. Kind of goes against their instincts, right? Of being an ambush predator. Like that works for snakes because reptiles are just, they've got really, really simple brains. But I don't think cats will do that. You can jiggle them a little with a set of chopsticks. This is already way more than I'm ever gonna do. He does eat cat food. Copious amounts of it. He's chonking up faster than I am. I'm a little jealous. Finger, are we gonna see a squeeze? I don't care, man. Can you name a Twitter stock that you've played that's actually squeezed? Or are you all just pumping each other's bags, and when some of you start walking away, all the rest will end up holding them? Alexa, is it ethical to weekend at Bernie's this dead mouse so my cat will show interest in eating it? Maybe if I put sunglasses on him. Ader squeezed down way more than it squeezed up. Thoughts on Tesla retesting 266 today or tomorrow? It caught a little bounce off of it earlier. Maybe it retests like 270. Pretty sure break up above 270 would just be like a risk off for a short position though. You left out APRN. I'm sure you all made millions of dollars on those. I feel like the story behind every one of those is the same. People chased with weekly calls, got burned, and then overheld. Gherk, it's moving the wrong way. Barely. So dramatic. All right. Was your WeBull frozen? I don't think so. No? Are you thinking about full porting FNGR? I'm thinking about banning you if you fucking bring it up again. Oh, some days I really want to. Overholding weekly calls equals popcorn special, but now I found out about this one simple trick hedgies don't want you to know about. They're called stops or stroops. It's good that you learned that after becoming a father. Future father. Potential father. I'm doing my best to resist dumping into zero DTE puts here. Put me in my place, Garrick. I mean, I don't care what you do. Is that what you want to do? I did make a fraction of $1,000,000. The fraction is incredibly small, but still. Yep. Wall Street Bets is killing it buying stocks at the top. Always have been. Those 4390Ps you got, they're looking dead or what? I don't know. Maybe. That's a distinct possibility. If the number you wrote down is above 4405, I will be very sad. The number I wrote down is none of your business. Such an interesting anti-leader style. I don't care what you do. Everyone hangs on every word. But but that's the secret is I don't. Just don't bother me with it, right? On a serious note, there's like 25,000 calls on the chain. A lot of them out of the money, probably sold to bullish idiots. And less than 2,000 total puts. I'm riding until at least 7. All right, cool. I have 721s that I plan to ride through CPI and hedge every day. Now I want my money back for my stopped out call hedge. It would be a hate trade, just making boredom conversation. Okay. Well, thanks. That did a lot to alleviate it. It's just boobies. I didn't write boobies on the paper. I wish I had. I own a company that specializes in written down numbers hidden in hats. Well, it wouldn't stay in my hat, so it's actually tucked behind my ear like a cigarette. Is it a secret, though? Maybe not. I just sold so many finger calls. Oh boy. Check XRT. Time for calls. On what? Retail things? I don't think the FTDs are all that high. Seems kind of not worth it. Can you roll the paper up into a tube so it actually looks like a cigarette behind your ear? I don't think this paper has that much. It's not very firm and it's kind of waxy. It may not hold a tube shape. I've been gone all day. Are we pumping? No. You think Rumble can see upside on earnings, beating revenue by a lot, but getting killed in profit? They signed huge mainstream streamers in the past 3 to 6 months. I don't even know who they are. I'm glad I decided to organize my garage. It's more fun than watching that shop all day. Are you sure? This is extremely exciting. Look, we're testing gamma neutral, like fast gamma again. Was this another situation where there's no positive support between 4,400 and sub 3090, 4390? I don't want to answer your questions anymore. Wait till tomorrow. Twitch competitor. Uh, are they? Rumble has Andrew Tate. Is he the guy who went to jail? Fresh and fit? Lots of podcasters banned from YouTube. Okay. So I'm gonna end up there, is what you're saying? You're the closest thing to Miss Frizzle any of us have ever had. I like to think of myself more like the lizard. Just there. Alright, have fun at Blockbuster, trash. Or is it family video? If we reject off fast gamma again, are we going downs for sure today? We can go down. There's plenty of stuff down there. I was the lizard for Halloween one year. Oh, nice. So a bunch of civil society rejects that can't find a market, but they have viewers. I feel like we're working at opposite goals here. Please know you will never make me feel what Miss Frizzle has. I'm sorry. I think I can live with that, Dave. Maybe. It's gonna take some time, but I'll get there. I doubt we get down as quickly as Chat's mom. Ah, I drove by the last Blockbuster in May. It was an odd feeling of apathy and nostalgia. Did you pick up any DVDs? Or did you just see it on the side of the road? Why is Carvana rocket on used car prices drop? Why the drop? Increasing inventory of new excess interest rate? Are we civil society? And if so, is that a good thing? I mean, I think Carvana just rocketed because IWM did, which is probably a lot of reason things are moving today. Um, the Russell 2K is doing really well. It's up like 150 BPS. The rest of your commentary just sounds like rambling. Did you hear that Banks? Yeah, that was Barr this morning. Carvana offered me $293 for my 2006 Camry. I sold it for $2,500. Vana is trash. Vana is amazing. Carvana sucks. Was that 2% of additional capital a big deal? Yeah. I think any additional capital requirements when banks are facing liquidity issues is a big deal, right? That's a tiny apple pie. That's Rova neutral on SPX. I don't know. We're going through a mass extinction event, but BBBY selling shelves is depressing. Wait, who's depressed about BBBY selling shelves? They've got to pay off their creditors. Well, it makes sense that they would liquidate the infrastructure in the stores. Bobby's shelf offering? Ha! There was a comment up above about it being depressing. But if you didn't hold the stock into the dirt, you could have fucking made money on it. So that's depressing. Listening to literally no one except morons on the BBBY subreddit and then losing all your money. That's actually depressing. Yeah, GM's at 42. Why aren't my upstart 510s moving? Because as fast as it goes up, people are selling the calls and harvesting all the IV off people who are bullish. I saw some dude who had like 600K in Bobby and was still dumping money in at like 12 cents. That's depressing. That's just like sunk cost fallacy at that point, right? If he's still in, I'm still in. Ryan Cohen proceeds to sell. Bullish. Yeah. It broke 40. Lead put's worth it. It's generally not good to buy them when IV's high. So see what IV, like IV 30 looks like, and then decide from there. Generally, buying puts on an upside move there, though, is bad. It's better to wait for, like, more sold calls to come in and spreads, and then buy puts when IV is already crushed out. Did Carl pump out new GME FTD numbers? Do we have an expected higher date? He did, actually. I have them right here. see. GME ETF FTDs. They are super fucking low all the way until the 25th. And then from the 25th through August 2nd, they kind of fiddle between a third to a half a million. Fubo about to go parabolic. I hope so. Then I can sell it all. Unfortunately, it's only at 250. About this for 5 hours and can't find stable ground to pump on. This is the end. But we're also not dropping, which is super fucking boring, right? Thoughts on AMC being on Reg Show for now 10 days? I mean, it looks like they massively shorted the liquidity dump incoming from the conversion of ApeCoin, right? Based on the borrow rate. I don't really have like a take on it besides that. CSPs are probably really overpriced. How's OI looking? Has anything changed? No? There's more volume, but it's all in the same places. There's fewer calls now, and they're more front-loaded at 44.15, but it doesn't look like they're going in the money, so... Yeah, they could be waiting for 0DTs to get cheaper, but generally by now we start to see some buying, and most of the buying I'm seeing is like 4,000 and 43.95 puts. 43.90 puts too. Kind of keep fluctuating in and out. AMC has an insane put wall at $3 and $4. Hundreds of thousands of puts. Huh. Crazy. So puts are really super skewed, right? You can go synthetic long on it, but it doesn't mean it's gonna break up, right? That kind of sounds like what they did with Bobby when it ripped. What's your take on AMD short term? I actually have some puts out on it. I don't know if they're in the money yet. No. I have puts at 110 for the 21st. We'll see. It's found stability at 107 previously already. So I'd want to confirm a breakdown there, but it looks a little more bearish. Today's not really down very much, though. What about forced buying at 13 days? Well, but only for the first day of failures, right? I don't think like forced buying on Reg 2 has ever caused anything to run. And then like out of the money call interest on it doesn't look very high. So it's likely the setup's not even as good as it is on Bobby. Or was on Bobby. Since Fubo broke 250, what's its upside potential? Well, it needs to break 256, but if it breaks 256, 262. I just sat back down. Have you talked about how Upstart is now over 40? No? It's not a Gamma Max. If it goes to Gamma Max, I'll sell more spreads on it again. Who is the 75 4400 0 DTEP? We need a wellness check. He's got an hour and 15 minutes. 20 minutes till SPX gets exciting. Yeah, maybe. If it ever does today. Is it bullish that bond yields are so high? And bond yields got hammered earlier today, but they're starting to recover a bit now. Where's Dork working? Why is IWM running? I don't know. People buying small caps? Noted. When Fubo Q? I don't think they're going out of business anytime soon. They're moderately well capitalized. We're gonna slip 4,000 here. Freaking finally. When out of the money calls capitulate? That's my question. Say 4,000 one more time. 4,000 back on the menu. Only if we break delta neutral. And even then, it's still a long shot. VIX ticking up a little bit, but not much. Hmm. Gamma neutral? 4365? Yeah, 4365. What happens if Nvidia actually gets 11 billion in revenue next earnings? Goes up to $550? The reported used car price drop makes them more competitive with new given gap between new and used rates, especially with manufacturing financing incentives. Man, Carvana is sitting on a bloated inventory full of cars that they depreciating assets that they purchased at the peak of the market. The value of those assets dropping is not bullish, regardless of the financing. No, it's 4407.50. Moved up a little this morning. Is someone saying Carvana is a good company? They've only ever had one quarter where they had positive EPS, and it was like 10 cents. Yeah. But Gork, 90-month loans on used cars? So just a massive bag of defaults? What, you just said used car prices are down, and now you're saying they've appreciated. How? That would mean they're depreciating. They're also a depreciating asset. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is taking so long. I hope the end of day is spectacular because it took all day to wait for anything to happen. Does anyone in Congress own Carvana? If so, I smell a change in the tax code for depreciation on cars held for sale. Maybe. Hey, bud, data looking like we break down under 4,400 or not. It looks like we will, but I don't know if we'll have time to do it. All I want is an itty bitty catastrophic market implosion. I don't think I'm asking for too much. It's a lot. Is Upstart propping up the SPX now? I don't think so. QQQ is a little bit. Are any mega caps performing well? Netflix is doing okay. Avoiding my breakdown point. Nvidia's down, Microsoft down. Finance and durables seem to be performing pretty well today. Meta's up a little bit after being down earlier. Cat's up. Visa. Ooh, EPAM took a little bounce there. Apple's down, Amazon's down, Google's down. AMD's like flat. Yeah, not a lot of tech driving this. Is Upstart propping up the SPX now? Are you... Yeah, ask these stupid fucking questions. Carvana wanted 25K for a car that my local Honda dealership was selling for $21,999. They're way too overpriced right now. Well, they have to because at their last earnings they promised that they would generate an obscene profit spread on their inventory. What's going to increase in weighting when QQQ rebalances everything else in the index? BTU down a tad today. No, it was up earlier. Might fall back. Yeah, moderately, like 8 cents. I want downs. Not yet. Any significance of the Foxconn rug on India's Apple facility? Maybe, I didn't hear anything about it. Can you write on another piece of paper what the gender of the popcorn kernel is and then reveal it in 9 months? I don't want to catch my apartment on fire. The Mag 7 should sell shares before the ETFs have a chance. Probably. DM'd. Thanks, Bob. Hmm. I don't really know if this has a lot to do with Apple, but kind of a blow to India's economic plans for the future.
Have you and JFresh picked out your toe rings yet? No. Bank earnings should be pretty positive, right? Demand for mortgages is still high in this high interest rate environment. Yeah, I'm not thinking bank earnings are going to be bad. At least the big banks. Have they been able to push out enough mortgages in this environment? That's kind of another question, but maybe they're all lagging a bit on their net interest income, but that should be improving. It's not like a pump. Like almost flat on open. It's a 17 BPS day. Yeah, I've seen it, Bob. Is there a 20% chance QQQ hits 360 end of day? If anything, QQQ is more bullish than SPX right now. Doesn't have a lot of room to the upside, but it's got a little bit more. Also, NQs just look stronger right now. It's my fault. I warned you about me opening QQQ spreads. Well, you're not getting a sign just yet. This kind of feels like we're just gonna stagnate and close, and then all the movement will be overnight, and then we'll stagnate again tomorrow into CPI. Everyone's just gonna hinge the whole week on the CPI data. Pesky bulls are like cockroaches. Yeah. Today has been a bear flag. Yeah, I know. But it's so drawn out. Bear flags break up these days. Till that's the like $500 million worth of calls at 40.50 they got 44.50 they got burned up last week. Maybe. I mean the Fed speeches really didn't have any kind of marked effect, right? I wonder if they're just trying to keep it higher so that like zero DTE put charm drives the market up, but I guess we'll see. It's got to be getting pretty close. Jesus Christ. Check DM. Interesting. Is it the 1 month 30-year? It still looks pretty bearish. Yeah, there's a lot of churn today, but not a lot of price action. You get any cool new free stocks from WeBull? I don't think so. Do they still do that? Plural for anuses? I think that works, yeah. Consumer credit way down. Um, Interesting. People spending less? Hmm. Does it look like anything that could happen in the next hour? Or should I just go get Popeyes? I mean, something can happen in the next, like, 15 minutes. And then if nothing comes of that, maybe think about Popeyes. How the fuck would you get Popeyes? Go dumpster dive. It's the same thing, but at least one is free. I mean, GME's not off the screen. It's there. slightly less than $1 from where it opened. Did you get any Upstart exposure for this run? No? I had some debit spreads that closed last Friday. I'll open more, or credit spreads. I'll open more credit spreads on it if it tests Gamma Max. I have shares, but I have CCs out on all of them. What if Upstart completes their share buyback here? Bullish. But also takes the threat of the share buyback off the table, which I'm sure they're aware of. Also, this would be a terrible place to complete the share buyback, given the price. But I meant some weekly calls. No. The weekly calls on Upstart mostly suck, and then the IV on them gets crushed at the top. Why would they complete it at 40 and not 12? I'm sure if they completed any, it was at 12, and definitely not 40. Holy fuck, volume's so dry. If you bought them at the money. So am I. We're not going to 4,200 today. It's ridiculous. A little bit of momentum for a downside move here, though. Finally. Upstart's not even up $4. It's up $3. Just bounced off the fucking calls again. People YOLO'd into weeklies. I'm sure this has been asked a million times today, but any idea why the basket stock's running greater than 10%? Well, IWM's moving pretty hard, so that's helping things. NASDAQ's down, but bots isn't moving that much. IJH? Oh, IJH is up about 1%. Looks like mid-cap ETFs are running. Some small cap ETFs. Russell 2K is up like 1.4% today. So just a lot of like active fund pressure. None of them have any like news or anything. Not a fan of Upstart anymore. I mean, what do you mean? I'm a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of buying it at $40, but I'm a big fan of it. People mistake me not thinking the price is going to go a lot higher for bearishness. Or just not wanting to participate in the like hamster wheel of weekly call buying. Why? I don't need to. I got an AFK for a while. Might not be back before end of day, for sure. Thanks as always, and you're obviously looking rugged as fuck. Thank you so much, Baradactyl. Do you think there's potential for 4390 still? Sure. It seems like we're headed for just below 4400. And what would that be? XRT also up 1.555. Yeah. It looks like mid and small caps are moving a bit today. So most of the basket stocks are mid and small caps, right? So to avoid vol crush with Upstart, I shouldn't buy puts. I should just sell calls. But I don't own the underlying. What kind of spread would be ideal? The one that you decide is best for your risk profile? Would you say playing SPX 0 DTE puts are the way to go into the remainder of the year? I ain't got no money for straggles, so please don't offer alternatives. I don't care what you do. If you want to play 0 DTE puts for the rest of the year, be my guest. Didn't I say like 15 minutes, like 5 minutes ago? I'd say 15 minutes, 30 minutes ago. 6 minutes left. Okay, well, if nothing happens in the next 6 minutes, this is going to probably just be the rest of the day. Which meal is Vin Diesel's favorite? Breakfast or Break Furious? Oh, Jesus Christ. Really? Oh, look, we're retesting 4405. How exciting. Ugh. Nope, where did it go? Alright, it fell out of my ear. Don't you love this price action, Torque? All this momentum? Ah, there it is. Sketch? Fine, I just won't do it. Fuck you. There. This rejection doesn't feel that hard. It's kind of like not even a rejection at all yet. Holy fuck, this is dull. JFresh, trading SPX0 DTE is easy. Just follow the trend. Yeah, it's flat, so sell shit, right? Time to buy Dole. Did Dole's price go down? Oh my god. Dole's almost flat over the entire quarter. Son of a bitch. I really hope it falls back down again. Yeah, but it's almost August and demand for pina coladas is gonna moon. No, I'm not buying Dole right now. I bought Dole like back in like November of last year, and not enough of it. Then it proceeded to do nothing but rocket for months on end. It's still up significantly from where I bought in. I haven't. I planned on DCAing a bunch more of it over a period of time. I just never got the opportunity. Can you like make a fund that gets stuff back to a low level so I can buy it? Maybe in like a net short fund? Is there an SRUF for pina coladas? I have it on the highest authority that JFresh pays $150 for J-Roll's super duper MACD Elliott Wave Fibonacci algo. Furthermore, he's on vacation glamping with J-Roll, Half Squat, and Boss Blunt Chill. Noted. He likes to slum it sometimes. I got an ISDA for pina colada manufacturing. Ooh. So, long pineapple futures. So we're gonna close about 4,400, I guess. Looks that way. The chances of us closing below 4,400 have diminished. What is this? Are you sending me DD again, Popcorn Trader? SPX, and then you've crossed out JFresh is homeless at 4,400. Okay, that's correct. Close here, please secret hot paper. Oh, interesting. Secret hot paper is not nearly that bullish. Any reason for express running? Yeah, fucking small and mid caps are pumping super hard today. I'm in the tent next to them. They're mooching off my Wi-Fi hotspot. Cheapest glampers ever. Try cocoa not synthetic coconut. Ew. Any any companies that benefit from a rising price of industrial sand? Probably. It seems reasonable. I don't know who they are, but does concrete really benefit from rising prices in sand? Who makes the sand? They probably benefit. Whoever's going out and picking it up to sell to other people. Are you doing upstart bear call spreads? No, I'd wait for a test of GM or a rejection of like $40. If it fails, you were 5 minutes late. It's fine. I mean, it's just that the probability of it failing goes down. Ocean sand can't be used in concrete. It's too jagged. I didn't say ocean sand. What? This guy says sand made by the oceans and desert is too smooth. Those are... Oh, you guys are on different ends of the spectrum there. Wasn't Australia a big sand exporter? Sure. Short concrete manufacturers, then? Yeah, maybe. Was this a good place to sell GME CCs? Or do you think there will be a better day later this week? I don't know if the pump in like mid caps is going to continue much longer. It doesn't look very strong to begin with, but it could be. I'd be cautious trying to sell them in the money at these levels because there's like support at 22 on GME, so um, out of the money doesn't seem like a problem. At least I'm not worried about my out of the money cover calls. If you like pina coladas or getting caught in a trade, 15-minute straddles, let Girk show you the way. Thanks so much, J-Dog. Hey, Girk, happy Monday. Is it? Fubo did a thing. Should I do a thing via covered calls? It's up to you, man. Might want to wait to confirm a rejection, but that way you don't sell them preemptively. Hmm. Let's see where volume's picking up. Who wants it more? Ooh, 4,000 put volume and 4,410 call volume. Also, 43.95 and 43.90 aren't doing too bad. Hmm. Yeah, that's fine. Ugh. Did Atomic buy Pontiff yet? No. Do you reiterate what Pontiff gets you? Secret recipes, crapping on the pigeon whales. Uh, one day with me and an eggplant parm. In the city of your choosing that's ideally not in the Midwest. Will you travel abroad if necessary? Bruce Wayne, even if you paid for it, I'd try to find a way to get out of it. BTU earnings on 7/26. When would you say the IV gets spiky, if at all, for CSPs? Um, Probably like 7 days out or so. Pontiff has to include a perm. I mean, we could get one together. I'm not getting one by myself. Define Midwest again. Anything west of the Hudson River and east of the Sierra Nevadas. If you need a cat sitter, you can just send your cat through the mailing tube. Exuberant Shump. Okay, that's enough 4403 for one day. Please do something, SPX. You really think telling it that that's enough is gonna be that's gonna be the breaking point? If Pontiff includes a lock of hair, then I'll budget it in. From what part of my body? What's Pontiff running these days? I don't know. What can we do to make sure that Dork's 0 DTEs go in the money? I don't know. Have you tried manifesting? Maybe all the call interest will just collapse here. We rock it down into close. That'd be cool. Like Friday. Friday was a fun day. I remember it happening. And then today happened and ruined everything. It's 43.90. My odds are slowly slipping away. They're not they're not getting better. Although, I guess if we break below 4,000 in the next little bit here, I don't know what, before like 345, maybe you got a shot. If I buy Pontiff twice, can I get a visitations from two Gurks at the same time? No, but I could visit twice in the same day. That would work out really well for my schedule, actually. But Gork, 4,000 is $400 out of the money. I know. That's what I would do if I had a lot of money. Two Gurks at the same time. I wouldn't be opposed to hitting 4,000 end of day. Me either. That's all I can think about. Sweet, sweet, succulent 4,000. Kenny's got himself a girl. I don't want to make her mine. What do you think Hal will top out at prior to earnings? It's been crazy lately. It's been doing pretty well. I don't know. Maybe it moves back up to like 38, like the $38 resistance. That'd be nice. Not a lot of time though. So about 9 days till earnings. I mean, if it keeps up this pace, it could, but Jesus fucking Christ. It's like breaking down, but it's the world's slowest breakdown. Your boy TR has not been doing so hot these last few weeks. I don't own any Tootsie Roll, man. You remember when we used to think GME could squeeze? Ryan Cohen could turn GME around, and the SPX price would start with a 3? Look how far we've come. There's been times just this year where the SPX's price has started with a 3. At least that was more realistic. Thoughts on re-entering some snow puts? You led me right last time. Let's see. $167.52. It's trading at 170 right now? Oh, okay. Hmm. Looks like it could continue to break down. I don't know, like 162 target. Might need some theta. I'd probably wait to enter on a rejection. Either here at like 170 or maybe 173. Not bad range. Like for a shorter term play, you could try to go longer and target like 160 or 156, but those might be a little more difficult. Remember when we had that conversation about the market just trading right? Well, you're living the dream. I'm going 3 puts to 2 calls tonight. Oh, fuck. Theta Master Dream, indeed. J Fresh must just be ecstatic right now. Did the pumpers close the sold July 21 4400s last week? I don't think so. There's still a lot of calls sold at that strike. Tootsie Rolls can pack wounds and behave like oobleck, aka remain rigid when struck, but near liquid when molded. Hmm. Are you handling like a lot of melted Tootsie Rolls? Because a room temperature Tootsie Roll is hard like glass. I don't really think it's very non-Newtonian. How did your weekend turn out? It was alright. I think there were about 1,000 July 4400p sold this afternoon. Why not? What about a 98.6 degree Tootsie Roll? You know, I've never tried to bring one up to body temperature. What's your preferred method for doing that, tenderized loins? You can DM me if you don't want to share it in public. I move that we rename rolling a contract to tootsieing a contract. You know, it's not like the terminology that we use in here is easy for outsiders to understand. I don't think we need to make it more complex. You warm the Tootsie Roll in your mouth before applying it to the wound. Hmm. That doesn't sound very sanitary at all. Pop it in the pooper. Yeah, boofing seems like the strategy there. Are we within $10 or less of your end of day guess on the paper? No. She calls it the tasty rabbit turds. Oh, Jesus. I can see you weren't embarrassed about sharing it in public. How is today still so boring? There's nothing else but boredom, popcorn. Gotta load up on those yes/no contracts for the 15-minute straddle. I don't even think I want a 15-minute straddle this fucking bullshit. This is awful. I saw you almost smile at my comment. I'll count that as a win for the day. Fair enough. Can you zoom way in on the SPX so it feels exciting? There you go. How many more days till this breaks down? What the fuck is this, dork? Do you see this shit, man? Didn't work. Zoom in more. If you zoom in enough, we'll just see one giant green candle. Nope. Someone bought it. I told you, bro, you never listen to me. What did you didn't tell me anything. Thanks for the excitement, Gurk. I jimmied my jammies. I don't want to know what that means. Embarrassed? How can I be embarrassed? I didn't say embarrassed, just not wildly private. When I hang out with you degenerates all day, most embarrassing thing is how bad I am at trading still after 7 months. Don't feel bad. There's people who've been here a lot longer that are still bad at trading. What's going on when a stock has really high pre-market volume and that goes back to the price it was at before market open? Ape had 1 million volume in pre-market. Okay. There's not like, you mean like returning to spot? Like when we I mean that's kind of just like a saying. It's not even technically what's happening, but are they done blowing up your kitchen? Yeah, I guess they finished that work in like 20 minutes the other day. They were in and out. I thought they were there the whole time. Nope, gone. The energy drinks clearly worked. See that, kids? I just lured him out of his hole because of the contrarian nature of this centaur. I'm not a centaur. Even if a single user calls it, the odds are invariably in our favor. The centaur puts his cojones on the line. We can just hedge with a burner account. 1,000,000 times $1. Nothing happened. Okay. We sniped your passwords and we're on their way. We're trading at 4,400. Are you straddling 4,400 again? Do you think I have a choice? I can't wait to make 3% on it tomorrow. Woo. God, just buy treasuries and go to sleep. Did you fucking fail already, you goddamn piece of shit? Ridiculous. Pointless fucking pump. So everyone can reposition. Let's go. Let's stop everything. Market moved too fast the wrong way. You sound highly emotional, aggravated. Almost 350 algo time. I'm not gonna lie, this is bearish as all heck. It'd be a lot more bearish under 4,400. I think JPA's the middleman. Of course, everything's fine. I heard he prefers to watch, not get in the middle, but maybe I'm wrong. Find yourself a person that talks to you the way Gherk talks to the SPX. It's just being a recalcitrant little bitch, okay? And it's gonna do something super irritating. Oh, there we go. Jesus fucking Christ. Not zooming out. Oh, you fucker. That was it? What a fucking tease. Look at these $10 words. Recalcitrant's not a $10 word. It's $6 at best. Yes, trying to Poseidon's Kiss 4440 right here. What did you just draw? Water? Alright, that's it. 4,300, 1 DT as it is. Why would you do that to yourself? Do you not know what Poseidon's Kiss is, Jen Jen? Are you ready to learn one more thing from the pickle jar? Jen Jen, cover your ears right now. You're gonna learn today. Poseidon's Kiss is when you poop and then the water splashes up onto your butthole. Yeah, it is nice. Lets you know you're alive, and if you're in a public restroom, can instill fear in the more paranoid. And you would think that the solution to that is to increase the distance from your butt to the toilet. No. That's a poor man's bidet. Please apply a TP down first, no kiss. This is true, yeah. That's like the credit card game. I'm pro at putting my 0DT worthless options to market sell and not getting any buyers at the end of the day. Nice. Is this the top for Upstart? It's not at the top, but it's close to it. Gamma Max is 42. Oh, we're gonna go. Hold on. Wait. What a boring fucking day. Puts closed first. Losers. The key is to drop low and end high. Drop the kids off near the water level, then quickly spring up into the air. I mean, if you get close enough to the water level, there is no splash. Because you just gently break the surface tension, right? Yeah, like what Ding said. Lost my initial spy pets, made up the loss mostly on more spy pets. You have to have enough structural integrity to reach the water before pinching it off. This goes back to our conversation about fiber earlier, huh? If this fucking closes at 4404 and everyone just cash settles out of the money, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. I just like this price action because it's garbage. What action? I didn't need to be here for any of this. I did make some money on Tesla, but that's it. And even that's like meh. I guess my Nvidia call spreads are doing okay. There's been a lot of call selling going on. Yes. Taiwan's exports plummeted by 23.4% in June year over year, marking the fastest pace of decline since August 2009 and the 10th straight month. Semiconductor exports down 21%. Total exports to China down 22.2%. Hold on though, but Nvidia's been selling more chips than they ever have before, and all of their chips come from Taiwan. What? Why are you lying to me? Are you calling Jensen Huang a liar? The leather besotted CEO of Nvidia is not telling the truth? Fuck it, let's go to 4415. That was a nuts bar. That was the most price action in one candle all day. Yeah. Well, maybe this one. Nope. This one's bigger. I mean, does it really matter if they don't get the 4410 in the money? Besotted with T's. It's got T's in it. Squamsk. Besotted. It means infatuated, strongly infatuated with. Could also, I think it could also mean drunk, but that's older. Well, ding ding. At least those 4410s got fucked, right? Anything wiking off? I mean, give me like 20 minutes to recover, but what was your prediction? 43.92.50, wherever I put it. I threw it away, but lower. Mine was 44.02, and yet we were both wrong. How can people hate this? I just saw Theta. I made 1.2k swinging spreads today. Spreads did well today, but the rest of it's, I mean, it's just sitting there is boring, right? Especially when you want more things to happen. If I was gonna sell Theta, I could have just done that at 9:40 by 9:45 this morning, and then gone and done something else. Have you ever competed in a spelling bee? No. I don't think so. Maybe like I think we had one in class when I was in like 4th grade or something. How many days out would you buy a bear put spread on Upstart? More theta would probably be better. MSTR puts looking tasty. I don't know. Today was just fucking dull, which means tomorrow is going to be even more dull because CPI is the next day. Or wildly violent, but just to the upside. We'll see. I'll see how positioning looks after today. Although I can say when I looked 15 minutes ago, it looked about the same as it has all day. So we'll see if anything changes drastically. I don't think a ton more calls came in here. There's definitely some call and put selling going on. I'll try to determine what those levels are later once we get the end of day data. Real play for today was the 1 minute to expiry straddle. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that one did so well today because the 4410 call interest dropped off really hard earlier today when we rejected off of like 4405 earlier. So I'm surprised there was enough left there to get it back up, but it all may have just come in the last couple minutes. How does AT&T look? I don't know. I haven't looked at it today. It's not really a stock. It's down a little today, about 2%. It's getting towards a pretty attractive price. If it falls back to 15 again, I might buy some more. Any thoughts on Upstart? Not really. It fell a little short of Gamma Max. If it tests Gamma Max in like the next day or two, I'll probably sell some bear spreads on it. It's 43.92.50. Bitcoin did 120 basis points in the last 14 minutes. That's crazy. They bought 1K 4405s in the last minute. Alright. Expecting more ups for Fubo. I mean, Fubo has plenty of room to run, but it's not super illiquid. So there may not be like a ton of realization left. I guess we'll see if like mid and small caps keep running tomorrow. They might. Fute's ripping, awesome. Ooh. Yeah, futures are the big move there. Retesting prices not seen since earlier today. Anyway, yeah, I guess that's about it. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Hopefully tomorrow's more interesting. Everybody have a good night. See you later.